little bit late, but not too bad. So we're ready to begin. This Planning Commission is now called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. We're live on KCLV Channel 2, and this meeting will be rebroadcast Saturday at 10 a.m. and the following Monday at midnight, and Tuesday at 5 a.m. and 6 p.m. This is very important. It's not on your sheet, so I want everybody to listen because this, handicap business is really true to my heart. There are 2 headsets on the side of this room for the hearing impaired. So if somebody needs assistance or doesn't know how to make it work or whatever, I'm sure if you just let us know, someone will help you. But rest assured, there are 2 in here right now that are working for the hearing impaired. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? Oh, I'm sorry, we forgot the Pledge of Allegiance. Would we please stand now for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Quinn.
Here.
Vice Chair Flangus.
Here.
Commissioner Goins.
Present.
Commissioner Truesdale. Not present. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Present.
Commissioner Moody. Not present. Thank you. Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
I would like you to now call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions and the appeal and the review process, if appropriate. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules and conduct. We ask that everybody follow them and adhere to these rules so we can have a smooth, nice meeting. Thank you. Right now, it's the public comment area. All comments made under this item for specific action items that will be cross-referenced to those items. In other words, if you want to talk about something that's on one of these items, you may do it now. If it's for something else, you have to wait till later under public comment, if that's just the way that goes. So is there anyone here that wishes to speak on any of the items in front of you or make any public comment? Thank you.
Arrow, 1411 South 9th Street, which is just north of Oakey, south of Charleston. In the technically, I am West Huntridge. I face John S. Park. I'm hoping to be here a little bit later when you approach item 32, but in case I'm not, I have another obligation. I wanted to just briefly say that as a resident of the neighborhood, I'm opposed to this item. It's a packaged liquor permit for the 7-Eleven at Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard. I happened to take a walk last night with my daughter. It was such nice weather. We walked from 9th Street over to Lovett's Frozen Custard and got a Jimmy with extra cherries. And along the way, of course, we have to pay attention to the broken beer bottles and the broken clear glass bottles, which I'm assuming are liquor. That's the only thing I know that comes in clear glass. And plenty of trash and such. And I'm not insinuating that 7-Eleven is responsible for the trash in the neighborhood, but I simply want to point out that there's already a fair amount of liquor walking through our neighborhood. Just a couple weeks ago, I had to call 911. There was a gentleman passed out on somebody's yard. I knew they weren't home, and turns out he was just drunk, and fire department came and kind of woke him up, and he stumbled off with his 40-ounce in his hand that he was clutching. And
okay, thank you.
So,
we really appreciate your comment, and we appreciate you coming forward early before your engagement. So I hope you have a nice evening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We're now going to have a motion of approval for the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting of February 14, 2012. Vice Chairman Flangus.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the minutes from the meeting February 14, 2012.
Thank you. Vote.
Madam Chair, I'll have to abstain because I was absent from that meeting.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that vote carries with Commissioner Truesdale abstaining because he was not here. So, I'm sorry, Commissioner Trowbridge was not here, so thank you for that. Any items from the Planning Commission staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance right now, you may come and bring them forward. In other words, if you came here tonight and you want to hold your item or you're just not prepared, now's the time to come up here and tell us. So if there's nobody here that wants to do that, then, or speak on these items, and then if not, we'll just close that as well. So I don't think I see anybody that wants to talk about that. So thank you.
Sure.
Oh, excuse me, staff. You know what? Look, when I drew my thing and I didn't even use it. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, item 16, the applicant has requested this item be obeyed to the April 10th Planning Commission meeting. And items 29 and 30, the applicant has requested these items be tabled.
Thank you, staff. Okay. Now we'll move on to the, what? Oh, excuse me. Now we're going to vote on that item.
Madam Chair, we'll just need to just open up the public hearing to see if anyone wanted to speak on.
Oh, was there anybody here to speak on that item? That would be to talk about 2 weeks ago? No? Okay, so we'll vote that with Commissioner Trowbridge abstaining because he was not here. No? Oh, I'm sorry. I need a motion from my pal.
Madam Chairman, I move to approve the housekeeping items, specifically item number 16, SUP 44160, to obey it to the April 10, 2012 meeting. Items 29 and 30, which is SUP 44439 and SUP 44440, and I would move to have those tabled.
Thank you, Commissioner Flangus. Please vote. Okay, thank you. That vote passes with Todd Moody not here and Commissioner Truesdale not here at the present time. We're moving on now to our consent items. Consent items are considered routine by the Planning Commission and may be enacted by one motion. However, if there's any item on this list that may be discussed now, or if a commissioner wants to pull one of these items, he or she can do that now. So these are the items for one motion, one vote. And they're considered routine, non-public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement, so not in agreement with the conditions and all standards for the application recommended by staff, they should request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. And I will take this time now to read them. Number 7, TMP 44450 is Lucky Dragon, a commercial subdivision, applicant owner, Lucky Dragon Limited Partnership, ETAL, for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a one-lot commercial subdivision adjacent to the north side of Sahara Avenue, approximately 410 feet away from Fairfield Avenue. This item is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffins. Moving on to number 8, it's an RQR 44098, American Outdoor, owner Afton Meadows, LLC, for possible action on a required review of a special use permit, SUP 6947, for a 40-foot tall by 14 by 40-foot off-premise sign at 4604 Meadows Lane. The next one is RQR 44239. The applicant, Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Harrison J., and Denise Family Trust for possible action on a required review of an approved variance 02389, to allow an off-premise sign to be located 236 feet from another off-premise sign where a 300-foot separation required at 5301 West Charleston is needed. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The number 10 is SUP 4418. The applicant is Bocce Burger, LLC, owner 9440 West Sahara Holdings, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer wine on sale establishment use with a proposed 3,711 square foot restaurant with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a church or synagogue where 400 feet is required at 9410 West Sahara, Ward 2. It's vacant. Nobody's sitting in there yet. Okay. SUP number 11 is SUP 44432. Applicant Opportunity Village ARC. Owner Decatur Meadows Shopping Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed thrift shop, nonprofit, within an existing building at 390 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. And we'll move on to number 12, which is SUP 44437. The applicant is Frank's Mercedes Service Owner, Restaurant Row, LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 12,173-foot auto repair garage, minor, at 1931 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Ricky Barlow, and that's that one. Then we go to number 13, which is Vacation BAC 44378. Applicant owner is the Symphony Park Master Association, for possible action on a petition to vacate a 4.74-foot by 143-foot section of right-of-way located at 280 feet east of Grand Central Parkway along Symphony Park Avenue. This is Ward 5. This is Councilman Barlow's ward. We move on to our last item in the one motion, one vote, and that is SDR 4449. The applicant is Sim Las Vegas, owner 220 North 4th Street, Las Vegas, LLC et al., for possible action on a major amendment to previously approved site development plan SDR 37946 for proposed facade improvements, an expansion of a porte-cochere share, and a reduction in surface parking at 206 North 3rd Street, 220 North 4th Street, and 221 North 3rd Street, Ward 5, Barlow. Is there any commissioners that wish to pull one of these and talk about it? If not, we'll open it up to the public, and we say good evening to you, Mr. Farlow.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. On numbers 8 and 9, are they keeping those nice? And number 8, do we have a photo in the backup on that? I'd like to see that. And on number 14, it's a major amendment. That thing was argued and cussed and discussed to death. And could we have somebody explain that for me, please? Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else here that wants to speak on these items? Thank you. Your microphone, sir.
Mike, here we go. My name is Kevin Davis, 5600 Del Rey, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'd like to make a complaint against item number 9, that these signs have been up for quite a while here. This part, I've lived in this part of town since elementary school.
Madam Chair, if he's going to talk about why don't we pull that from the one motion, one vote?
That's good.
Oh, I apologize.
No problem.
Okay, we're going to
just want to pull it from
We're going to have to pull them forward, and then you're going to have to talk then. I'm sorry. Okay.
Good evening, I'm Bill Curran, 100 North City Parkway.
Excuse me, Mr. Kern. I think you'll need to turn your mic on or move to one of the other ones on the other side.
My thing's going crazy.
Should be a little button called mic.
So is yours.
Just need help from a friend. Okay, I'll try it again. Bill Curran, 100 North City Parkway, appearing on behalf of the applicant on item number 8. I just showed Mr. Barlow a photograph of the sign in question. He asked whether it's been well maintained, and I think the answer is yes. I personally inspected it, the city staff inspected it, and I think everybody's happy with it.
Thank you, Mr. Kern.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on an item on the one motion, one vote? If not, we'll open it up to Planning Commission. I see none, so will Commissioner Flangus please make a motion?
Madam Chairman, I'm going to move to approve the one motion, one vote items. Items number 7, item number 8, item number 10, item number 11, item number 12, item number 13, and item number 14.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. At this time, we will be going to, oh, I'm sorry, I have to wait for this. Thank you. That passes with Rick Truesdale not here or Mr. Moody.
Madam Chair, items 7, 10, and 11 are final action in the absence of an appeal. Items number 8, 12, 13, and 14 will go forward to the April 18th City Council meeting.
Thank you, Director. We'd like to now, out of courtesy for the gentleman, we'd like to pull number 9 so that we can talk about it with you. Staff. We'll listen to staff first.
Chairwoman Quinn, this is a required three-year review of an approved variance to allow a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign. It is the 7th required review. The use complies with Title 19 requirements for an off-premise sign use, and conditions in the area have not changed significantly since the previous required review. Therefore, staff recommends approval with conditions.
Mr. Gepke, do you know the last time the city checked that sign for its cleanliness and the shape of it? If not, that's okay. Maybe you could tell us later.
Chairwoman Quinn?
Yeah.
The field check was conducted on February 6, 2012.
Okay.
It was free of graffiti and did not require any repainting or bird deterrence at that time.
Thank you very much, staff. Sir, good evening.
Yes, I'll say again, my name's Kevin Davis, 5600 Del Rey, Las Vegas, Nevada. You know, like I was saying, I've lived in this area since elementary school, and this is kind of a very sensitive part of town. Since Lindell Road there was the county line, and there was a lot of or abuse and planning at the time that this area was constructed. In the late 90s, that area was in quite a bit of decay, but through raising the standards and the renewal of that area, you know, there's hope for this area that it can actually be quite a nice area. And so these unsightly large signs kind of degrade from the quality of life there. You know, it'd be nice if these signs were taken down because, you know, everything that we can do to kind of help this area recover from the past bad planning could really be helpful. And I'd just like to say there was another picture there that, you know, because there's a palm tree that's like growing right in front of this sign. There was a picture from the other angle.
In the concrete?
You know, and so, you know, it would be nice if just the palm tree was there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
You know, so.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is there the owner's representative here on item number 9 regarding the sign at 5301 West Charleston Boulevard? Please give us your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Rod Carter, 2880 Mead Avenue, on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. With regards to the condition of the sign, we keep it regularly maintained. It's on a scheduled power washing for pigeon deterrent. It conforms to the code, conforms to the code, so we request that this please move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Rod. Okay, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing, and we'll hear from our planning commissioners. Thank you.
Madam Chairman, seeing that there's no discussion on this, I would go ahead and move for approval of item number 9, RQR 44239.
Thank you. Motion is for approval. Please cast your votes. I'm sorry, that motion carries. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that item goes forward to City Council on the April 18th City Council meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're now at our public hearing item list, and we're going to start with number 15, which is a GPA number 44183, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request to amend the multiple transportation trails element of the 2020 master plan to reline an existing multi-use transportation trail from 7th Street between Bonanza Road and Stewart Avenue to 8th Street between Bonanza Road and Stewart Avenue. This is Ward 5. Staff is recommending approval. Staff.
Madam Chair, I've completed work for Zappos in the past. However, I don't feel that this will affect my judgment in the matter, and I'll be voting on this item.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, I might also state that this is a general plan amendment, so it does require a supermajority vote of the planning commissioners.
Okay. So right now with Commissioner Trinity moving, we don't have the supermajority. So could we trail this in case of some?
Madam Chair, I just disclosed I didn't abstain.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we still have to have the supermajority. Okay, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on the item?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th
Excuse me, Todd, I blew it. I have to talk to staff first. I'm sorry. My mistake.
Madam Chair, this is a request that will relocate the portion of a multi-use trail along 7th Street between Bonanza Road and Stewart Avenue to 8th Street between Bonanza Road and Stewart Avenue. Map number 2 of the Transportation Trails element is proposed to be amended to reflect the new downtown trail alignment. This request is necessary in order to vacate the 7th Street right-of-way to allow for future development. Staff recommends approval. If denied, the easement will remain, and any proposed development will have to accommodate this easement.
Thank you, staff.
My question was answered. Thank you.
Farlow.
Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm Lucian Pyatt with the Department of Public Works at 333 North Rancho. Just here to answer any questions on the item.
Thank you, Lucian. Commissioners? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing now, and we'll open it up for our commissioners to talk about it and possibly make a motion. Thanks.
Seeing no discussion, I'm ready to make a motion. In regards to General Plan Amendment 44183, make a motion for approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please cast your votes.
There are no conditions.
Thank you. That motion passes. Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I just need to announce that item goes forward to City Council on April the 18th. Thank you.
The next application is number 17, and it's GPA 43991. Applicant owners, the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, for possible action on a request for a general plan amendment to establish redevelopment area 2 and change the future land of use designation on various parcels within the redevelopment area to commercial or mixed use. And before I go any further, I want to disclose that we own property on Western Avenue at 1821 Western, and I wanted to ask our attorney tonight if that's okay if I vote.
Is it within the area being considered, Bill? Is that addressed?
Our building's at 1821 Western Avenue.
I don't believe so.
The property in question is not within the area to be considered to be added to the redevelopment area tonight.
Then you're able to vote, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Staff.
Madam Chair, if we could also read item number 18 into the record as well, as
Okay.
the items are related.
I apologize. This is the companion item. It's DIR 44582, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, for possible action on a request for a review of the preliminary plan for the redevelopment area of 2 as a redevelopment area. This is Ward 1, Tarkanian, and staff is recommending approval. Staff. Oh, thank you, sir. Could you state your name for the record for me?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development for the City of Las Vegas. This item before you is for a new project area for our redevelopment agency. The existing project area, as staff noted in the staff report, was created in 1986 and then amended 3 times in 1988, 1996, and 2006. And as it stands today, encompasses over 3,900 acres, primarily in the core of downtown. This item introduces a new project area which would be managed separate from the existing project area. The purpose of this item is to introduce a new project area and also to set land use via this general plan amendment action for the purposes of redeveloping some of our older commercial corridors surrounding downtown Las Vegas. The areas that we're looking at are primarily the Decatur Boulevard corridor, Sahara Avenue, and Charleston Boulevard. The steps involved have been quite a few. The initial step was to get direction from our City Council, acting as the Board of Directors for the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency, to initiate a study to look at these parcels to see if they would meet the definition of blight. The next step was to actually physically survey each of the parcels in this area to look at and examine to see what is the condition of the parcels, the buildings that are situated on those parcels, to see if they'd meet the definition of blight and be eligible for funds from the redevelopment agency should the item proceed through to final adoption. Another step was to actually hold community meetings. We held several community meetings, and they are noted in the staff report, but I'd like to put on the record that we've to date had 11 meetings, both with the neighborhood associations in the area, as well as the general community, and also business associations. Those date back to spring of 2010 to most recently just this past month. And staff did note in the staff report that we had a large meeting for this item specific for the general plan amendment in December of last year. The final step really is to set land use categories for this project area. Going back to the purpose of why we're looking at this, redevelopment primarily is a fiscal tool to try to arrest decline in commercial neighborhoods. And what we do is we look at an area, and if it's in a redevelopment area, we can take the new property taxes from new development, which is called tax increment, and rather that go into the normal jurisdictions throughout this community and even the state, those new taxes from new development or tax increment are kept within the redevelopment agency with a few exceptions for some voter overrides, and then reinvested back in this area to try to arrest the decline, to try to attract new private investment and new private development. I have a few maps on the overhead I'm going to thumb through real quickly. This first map is just showing an overview of the entire study area. We wanted to take an aggressive look at all of the commercial corridors, so you see it is pretty expansive, and we're looking at this area potentially for the project area. The next map shows, just in a little bit more detail, some of these corridors. So this shows the Charleston corridor extending out from downtown. The next map shows the Charleston corridor moving further east. So the first corridor was more to the west, the western edge, the western extent of this. This is the eastern edge. Wanted to spend a moment on this. In the staff report, there was some comment expressed at the December meeting, which we held, concerned primarily over the neighborhood that is bordered there in yellow, the residential neighborhood, and the park. There were some questions posed with some of the parcels that are fronting both along Charleston and Decatur, which are shallow depth commercial, and it really posed a deterrent to trying to get new commercial development, new commercial investment in the area. And that's really what we're talking about here. It's those classical problems with redevelopment where a parcel that might have been configured some time ago that was ready for development, those parcels are really in a dilapidated state, they're odd-shaped, they're lacking infrastructure, there are a number of definitions in the state law, and we have to meet 4 of 11 categories in the state law to define these as blight. But when you use the term blight, that's in the state law, and that's the term that the state uses, but it's really an area experiencing decline, economic decline and physical decline as well. The next map shows a map along Decatur Boulevard, working south from the US 95 down towards Charleston. And you can see, of course, we have one of our older retail properties, the Meadows Mall with General Growth owning it, but also a lot of older commercial properties surrounding that area. We know that there's, of course, a car dealership that's closed. And so this area also is experiencing both physical and economic decline. Also, further parts of Decatur working south, north here from the 95. You see additional land proposed to be the area in the expansion. And then finally, Sahara Avenue, there are 2 stretches of land in Sahara. This shows the extent on the western side. It shows the land use proposed for Sahara. And then more in the immediate vicinity of downtown, which we've labeled Sahara B. Also some land along the Sahara commercial corridor as well. This final map, I'll make a note that one of the things that is part of this action with the general plan amendment is that with the redevelopment land use, we've tried to simplify the land use, and there's some broad categories which allow for a variety of uses. It, of course, doesn't change the underlying zoning, and so all the property owners would still have, as a matter of right, any uses that are permitted in their existing zoning. What this simply does is it sets a vision for future development to comply with the goals of the redevelopment agency and our redevelopment plan. So you see there the 4 broad categories of commercial, mixed use, low density residential, and as well as public facility. There's also industrial as well, although it's not shown on this map. The reason we have low density residential here is there's a large number of residential tracts immediately adjacent to the commercial corridor that are experiencing some decline. And one of the things and one of the tools that we can do with redevelopment is we can invest money in infrastructure. Everything from streetscaping, landscaping, utilities, parking, and oftentimes when you're investing in infrastructure, it's hard to start and then stop on a dime right against a residential neighborhood, and infrastructure may continue into a residential neighborhood. So we did pick up some residential neighborhoods immediately adjacent to these commercial corridors. There is some property here that's referenced on the map, and I know a representative of the owners here wishes to speak. The property immediately south of the Palace Station Casino, which is just marked by the light blue and then the mustard color and the yellow. There's a significant amount of land that Fisher Brothers owns for future development. Some of it is residential, and a lot of all the properties in yellow are residential. So because of the amount of residential in the neighborhood, we're not proposing to change the land use per this action. That will require a future general plan amendment should that property owner wish to proceed. But recognizing their investment in the area, we do think it's a worthy candidate to add for redevelopment. for future development. So we have mapped the part that's not residential for mixed use as well as commercial development. So in summary, that concludes my remarks. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Excuse me, this is the time for the public hearing, so if there's anybody else that wishes to speak on this item, please come forward.
Chairman, Todd Farlow, 240 North
Thank you,
19th
Todd.
Street. Is this part of the Complete Streets program? Is it, or in conjunction with it?
Director?
No, this is a separate effort from Complete Streets. However, as Mr. Arndt has mentioned, through redevelopment funds, we do have the ability to make improvements to infrastructure, including streets and streetscape.
I think it ought to be tied together. That's because they're so co-joined there. The other thing, can we go back to that picture that shows south of Decatur, South Decatur? The reason is where you see that turn in that bend in at Decatur. At one time, I don't know what it is now, but at one time when you were going south on that was a billboard nightmare. So if we're going to address the Complete Streets or the redevelopment, we're going to have to address the billboards in there at the same time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? Please come forward. Good evening, Ms. Lazovich.
Good evening, Jennifer Lazovich, 8345 West Sunset Road, here tonight representing Fisher Brothers. Fisher Brothers, as Bill mentioned, owns a substantial amount of property located south of where the Palace Station site is, all the way along Rancho and to the southern border of Desert Inn. About half of our property is currently in your redevelopment area map, and that's property which most commonly know as the old Scandia site, the old Fletcher Jones site, and that general area has been placed in your current redevelopment area map. Your map on RDA Sahara B proposes to include the residential which we own, which Bill indicated would stay residential for purposes of this map, and then the mustard color becomes the mixed use, and we appreciate all of that and are supportive of including that property. When we were going through, however, making sure that all of our holdings between the north to the south were included, it turned out there are a few minor, tiny parcels in between those two new areas that inadvertently got left out. And so what we would like to do is work with your redevelopment agency to figure out a way as we move forward to include those parcels in. Again, it's all under the same ownership. It just somehow got missed between the two maps.
Okay. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? If not, we'll close the public hearing and we'll open it up to the commissioners. Was there something else you wanted to say, sir? No?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trowbridge?
Yes, a question for staff or Mr. Arndt, perhaps, I don't know. The area that Ms. Lazovich was talking about is immediately south of the mustard color and the yellow next to the city park? And is that, there's no request to do any zoning action at all? It's just to expand the area of the redevelopment area?
That's correct. There are 4 parcels which are south of Meade Avenue and west of Rigel Avenue, which the Fisher Brothers own. It's, I think, in the area of 2.5 acres, so it's not a significant portion of the property. But we had added in the last expansion that we did in 2006, we added their holdings, which are south of the area shaded in yellow, and I think at the time it included all their holdings, but of course they've bought property over a span of time, so there's some additional parcels that they want to add, and we may be coming forward with a future item to try to capture those parcels.
Are those parcels contiguous to the area that we're addressing tonight?
They're contiguous, and just mainly you'd be looking to the southwest of the parcels shaded in yellow, and they are commercial parcels.
Thank you. Is there anybody
Which
else
would be easier, to modify the map now or between now in the city council meeting, or to proceed with this and then come back with a whole nother redo?
Well, maybe I can answer since I'm responsible, I guess, for giving the advice on that. Because those parcels were left out of the current line item, we can't add anything. We can always subtract things, but we can't add things to it. So what I've advised is that they can either come back, they could have either canceled this meeting and added those in and done another line item another couple weeks, or they can do a separate application for those properties they left out and just do a separate
Okay,
GPA.
I understand. Thank you.
Just one question, sir. Is it your opinion that there were some parcels left out of this? I mean, in other words, do you think it would be to the benefit of the city as well as the property owners that we hold this and just for maybe 30 days or a couple weeks, so that in fact the ones that people are concerned about that they've been missed, we can get that clarified, or would you think you don't want to do that?
My preference would be to move forward. We've been working on this for considerable length of time, for about 18 months, had numerous community meetings. We do recognize the investment that the Fisher Brothers Company has made, and we believe that we can add those parcels in a fairly straightforward matter, but we don't want to delay the item before you today. So we'd like to move forward with this item and then take a future action at a later date to capture those 4 parcels, and we're working with council to try to
And
do
the
that.
parcels that you're talking about are Ms. Lazovich's clients,
Correct.
partners? Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Director Arndt, thank you for coming out so late. How do you feel that this will affect the RDA and the staff that you currently have, and are y'all capable of taking on a whole new redevelopment area with the existing staff, or are you planning on adding quite a few people?
We've obviously had to trim back. We've done that mainly through attrition, some retirements as the economy has moved back, but we're actually we added 1 staff person recently and are adding 2 more, so we are looking forward to staff up to make sure we have the resources to do this. The other thing is redevelopment is incremental, so not everything happens at once. Projects come in over time in cycles with 18 to 24-month development cycles and different investors coming in, so we feel we have the resources to do that. The other important thing to mention is that we're actually setting this out as a new project area, which means that the new tax increment from this area will be invested exclusively in this area. So a way to think of it is really it's a standalone area, so it won't detract in any way or drain resources in any way from the existing redevelopment area, which is primarily downtown and some of the older neighborhoods surrounding downtown.
And that was one of the main reasons why I hopped on board with this whole idea. At the beginning, when I was seeing the new redevelopment area coming in, I was looking at downtown. Downtown redevelopment area is large. It goes from Bonanza down to Sahara, Eastern out to the 15. And I was concerned that the focus of the redevelopment agency would go from downtown, where there's a tremendous amount of new projects coming online, to these other areas. However, all the funds that are being collected from the new redevelopment area will be reinvested into that area. I'm not certain how you'll determine the boundaries of the new redevelopment area as far as it seemed like it was very broad when it come down to the downtown redevelopment area. And the new redevelopment area, it would take into account several commercial lots, miss a section, then residential lots and miss a section. And so that was one of my questions. And the second one would be some of the there's like 3 main residential areas that you've pegged that are included in this redevelopment area. When it comes down to public infrastructure and sidewalks and streets and parking and curbs and streetscape, what starts that process? Is it a member from the community who comes out and states, hey, we want this in our area? Or is it somebody from Public Works? Is it somebody from the redevelopment area that says, this neighborhood doesn't have sidewalks, let's go ahead and get the process rolling?
Yeah, the question as far as infrastructure and sidewalks, that I think it's really an iterative process. We engage our Public Works Department. They know our assets and the community best. We actually are investing some community development block grant funds in sidewalks in downtown, but certainly that's an investment the RDA could have made as well. So we engage our Public Works Department. We also look at, get feedback from the community. This doesn't supplant everything that the city's already doing with its capital budget. It's really meant to look at strategic opportunities. Are there areas that are commercial corridors that are struggling, that if just getting the normal type of city investment aren't going to thrive? And we targeted some of these corridors. Decatur, certainly you can see the decline there. Charleston and Sahara, particularly as you approach downtown, you can see as well. So it's really what can we do in addition to the normal standard city services with putting in infrastructure, street lights, sidewalks. What are the other things we can do? And of course, public-private partnerships, entering into agreements with private developers where we contribute money to infrastructure that they might otherwise do, which would mean that they could invest their private dollars in making the project bigger, more expansive, generating more jobs and more private dollars on the tax base. So it's really a give and take with both the Public Works Department and our neighborhoods.
If I may.
Thank you. Mr.
One more time. When you say that we'll be creating this district and making improvements from the increased taxes that will be generated in the area, brings me back to the question of those few commercial parcels that are asking to be included in this redevelopment area. They come forward as a separate item. Would that be for a new redevelopment area? Would that be for inclusion in this one?
It would be for inclusion in this one. And
so it wouldn't be an 18-month process that would require all the extensive public hearings? Okay, thank you.
Are there any more comments? Commissioner Flangus?
Madam Chairman, seeing there are no more comments, I'll go ahead to move to approve item number 17, GPA 43991.
Thank you. That motion carries. Thank you very much.
And Madam Chairman, for the related item number 18.
Excuse me, we have to do that separately. He's fine. Okay, go ahead.
Which is DIR 44582. I would also move to approve.
Thank you. Vote. That motion carries as well. Thanks.
Madam Chairman, those items both go to City Council on April the 18th.
Thank you. We're now moving to items number 19 and 20 as they're related to each other. The first one is variance 44446. The applicant is Extreme Manufacturing Owner, DFA LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 64 parking spaces where 120 spaces are required at 1415 Bonanza Road. Staff recommends approval. I'll also read the next one into the record, correct? And that is number 20, and it's SDR 4445 for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the addition of two 4,900 square foot shade structures, a paint booth, and a vehicle prep booth, and existing chain link fence along the north and east perimeter, and barbed wire fencing along the east perimeter of an existing heavy manufacturing facility. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, the subject site is located within an industrial area and was previously approved for a warehouse use with a yard for staging trucks. The current proposal is for a heavy manufacturing use with the yard for staging trucks and materials. Two paint booths and two shade canopies will be added within the existing yard area, which will be screened from view from the public right-of-way by the addition of an 8-foot wrought iron fence with metal mesh. Existing chain link fencing with barbed wire along the east and south perimeters will remain. Parking is deficient as the yard area was not included in the parking calculation for the warehouse use, but is factored in for the manufacturing use, resulting in a much higher parking requirement, even though the yard will serve a similar function. The applicant has demonstrated that the requested variance will not negatively impact the adjacent surrounding developments, and the proposed improvements to the site are compatible with the surrounding uses. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of both requests. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you, staff. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Commissioner, staff. Bruce Bilyeu, 1611 West Bonanza, representing the applicant. We've read and agree with all of the staff's recommendation and request your approval, and I'm here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Is there anybody here that wishes to speak on this item? Please come forward. Mr.
Todd Farmer, 240 North 19th Street. First of all, I'd like to thank the applicant for cleaning up this place. I mean, they've done a terrific job down there.
Thanks.
But I have some issues with the barbed wire on the east side, and I don't think it's necessary. That's the RJ driveway there, and the RJ has a security guard in an outpost thing, and I think that thing is manned almost all the time. And if he would extend that fence around the wrought iron fence, that'd be fine. But I have a problem with barbed wire. The reason why, and that concertina wire too, the problem is when the wind blows, it picks up these plastic bags and everything, and pretty soon they catch on that thing, and pretty soon it just looks really crappy. So I wish they'd do something with that. But again, I really thank the applicant because they have done a terrific job.
They really have. Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Is there anybody else here that wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing and we'll open it to our commissioners, starting with Commissioner Goins.
What are you guys going to paint in the paint booths?
We're manufacturing those large cubes, those 12 by 12 cubes that you might see in the parking lot, and it'll mainly be our forklifts. We manufacture our forklifts and the cubes.
Okay. I agree with the comments. This building's come a long way on this corner. I have no issues. I move to follow staff's recommendation. If there's not any more questions for approval of item 19 VAR 44446, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. That motion is for approval. Please cast your votes. Thank you. That passes.
Madam Chairman, item 20.
Number 20, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Number
Byron,
20,
I
I'll move to
apologize.
follow staff recommendation for approval on item SDR 44445, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. That motion passes and carries, and it will go to City Council.
Madam Chair, these items will go forward to City Council on April the 18th.
Thank you. Okay. Now we're moving on to item number 21, and that is variance 4447. Applicant and owner is Jeff and Galen Bassler for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 3-foot rear yard side back for a second-floor balcony on an existing single-family residence where 10 feet is required on a 0.08 acres of land at 3016 Yankee Clipper Drive. APN 16308 312010, RPDR Residential Plan Development, 9 units per acre. This is in Ward 2, which is a vacant seat presently. Staff is recommending denial. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, the subject site contains a single-family home with a small balcony at the rear that conforms to the setback requirements. The proposed balcony is much larger and will be partially enclosed by a pony wall and roof and will encroach into the rear yard setback area overlooking Lake East Drive. As the addition could be constructed to meet the setback requirements of Title 19 and the applicant has presented no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance to justify the request, staff is recommending denial. If the variance is denied, the proposed balcony could not be constructed. Please note that there is an additional letter of support since publication.
Thank you very much, staff. Will the applicant please come forward, state your name and address for the record?
My name is Mark McGee, address 2634 Westwood Drive. I'm here representing the Basslers. I put the design together for them on this property. Staff is saying that the patio cover and the balcony could be constructed and stay within the confines of the setbacks. However, that would provide for a 30-foot balcony about 4 foot deep. Okay, not very useful to the homeowners. The homeowners purchased the property. They currently live in California. They purchased the property as a retirement home. They're looking to leave California, leave the taxation of California behind and come to Nevada. And they've been diligently working on the property to get it set up so that it's a nice retirement home for them. The property that currently, as staff noted, the properties all have balconies already, so there's really not an issue in terms of privacy from one property to another. The homeowners also went to all of the immediate neighbors and got letters of support, which I have copies of. This, I don't know if you can see this, this pink block would represent their property. All of the yellow represent those that would be impacted. They've all signed letters saying that they would...
Thank you, Mr. McGee. Will you hand those to the clerk, please?
I would.
Actually, our director wants them on the overhead first. I apologize.
Okay.
Ms. Clerk, I didn't know.
In any event, the idea is that they wanted to create a patio cover and create a balcony above that would offer them the ability to enjoy the views that they get from the rear of the property. And given that it's not really so much a side impact or a rear, because the rear, this property sits up 20, 30 feet above Lake East Drive where Starbird comes into it. It wouldn't pose any issue to any neighbors or anybody. So respectfully request an approval from you folks.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here that wishes to speak on the item? Please come forward.
Thank you, Todd Porter. Could we go back to that picture of the house? The back.
There you go, Todd.
Is that what we're looking at?
That would be it.
That's the
And so what is, they just want to put a roof over that balcony? Is that what they're talking about?
This is how it looks presently.
Yeah, and what they want to do is just put a roof over that balcony? Is that what they're doing?
They want to make a deeper, larger balcony.
No,
they want
the thing that threw me off, it says an existing thing. And
right, well,
I
they just
wondered-
want to make it bigger. Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Is there anybody else that here wishes to speak? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing and open it up to the Planning Commission. Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Sir? Oh, I'm sorry.
the guy in left field.
No, I'm sorry. I'm getting a little confused.
My only question regarding this request is that you have support of the homeowners association. I see that letter.
Yes, sir.
And you also have letters of support from neighbors. But I
Yes,
wonder,
sir.
are those neighbors the property owners, or would they be tenants?
Actually, in talking to the homeowners tonight, because I looked at the assessors records tonight, the owners of the properties immediately adjacent to the property are in fact the owners. I believe on Block 2, lot number 12, that is a property owner. There's a Mr. Young who's apparently purchasing the home, which is one of the other subsequent lots in Block 2, I believe. He's purchasing the home, so the assessor's records show that there's another property owner, but my understanding is that property owner is carrying the paper on that particular property. And then the last one, which I believe is, I don't have that up anymore, but he represented himself as the owner when in fact he wasn't. He was a renter, and that property is currently vacant. So 4 of the 5 are in fact the property owners.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this item? If not, we'll look for a motion.
Seeing no further questions on the matter in regards to variance 44-44-7, I would make a motion to approve the item subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. That motion is for approval. Please cast your votes. motion passes and will go to city.
Madam Chair, that item will go forward to City Council on April the 18th. Correct.
Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. We're now moving on to number 22 and 23. They're related items. Variance 44454. The applicant is Quest Academy, owner Young Men's Christian Association of Southern Nevada, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 129 parking spaces where 314 are required at 4141 Meadows Lane. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. The next one is SUP 44453 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a private school secondary use within an existing community recreation facility with a waiver to allow a secondary school on a non-collector street. Staff is recommending denial on both of these items, so we'll turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Chairwoman Quinn, the applicant proposes to convert existing racquetball courts located at the rear of the recreation facility into 6 classrooms, resulting in an increased parking requirement for the site. The associated special use permit request for the proposed school use requires a waiver to allow it to be located on a non-collector street. Staff recommends denial of both the variance and the special use permit request, as there are deficiencies in site access demonstrated by the waiver request and parking as demonstrated by the variance request. If denied, the community recreation facility would remain as it is.
Thank you very much, staff. Good evening, sir. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Good evening. Kirk Carlson with SH Architecture, 7250 Peak Drive, Suite 216, 89128. Representing the applicant, Quest Academy, and the owner, Young Men's Christian Association, the YMCA. A couple things I wanted to thank you for your time tonight, Chairperson and Commissioners and staff. We've had some ongoing conversations with staff and with Councilwoman Tarkanian. We didn't have enough time to get around to all of the commissioners because of the staff report when it came out. We were a little surprised by the recommendation for denial. Basically, a little background on the property. Historically, the YMCA has been used as a charter school in the past, and I do want to make a clarification. This is not a private school. This is a charter school, which is a public school, which is a non-tuition entity. It was used in the past, Y was used in the past for the Academy of Excellence, and way back it was actually the jumping off point for the Meadows School. So there has been a school that has operated at this facility previously. What we are proposing is a remodel at the rear of the property where there are existing unused racquetball courts. This would provide 6 classrooms for the school. The Y has previously remodeled 2 of these racquetball courts into classrooms for their own use because they do not use the racquetball courts as part of the daily activities at the Y. They're just underutilized at this point in time. We are looking to operate this. It's a fully licensed facility with the state. It's for grades 9 through 12. It will be a closed campus, which means students do not have the ability to leave, walk across the street at lunch hour to the mall and then return. They are held on campus. Students would have use of the athletic facilities within the facility. The students do have a separate entrance to the facility, and the school is in the process of adopting a policy of only seniors being allowed to drive to the facility. And the school itself would operate in offsetting hours from peak times from the Y. The main peak times for the Y are before 8 o'clock in the morning and after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And the school would operate in their offsetting time. I did want to take a moment and address the findings from staff that'll address the variance for the parking issue and a couple other things. Number one on the findings, the proposed land use to be harmonious with and compatible with the surrounding land uses. As stated before, this has been used as a charter school in the past. There is an elementary school that is about 420 feet to the east of this property. The site is fenced and separated from the residential areas to the south and the east. And the facility is also located in an area that's an integral part of the new Walkable Communities Master Plan for the area. It's connected to the bicycle path and the proposed walking paths. There is a direct connection to this facility on the southwest corner of the property. And the use of the school will not impede the use of the Y as a community recreation center, again, because of its offsetting hours. For the second finding, which goes to addressing the parking, we have now a recorded agreement with the property owner to the west for the use of 181 parking spaces. This was not available prior to the staff report, and we did not have time to submit this, but we spoke with staff about it, and they told us to present this at the podium this evening. This is signed by the property owner, which is the Taberti family, for the property to the west. This is for 180 parking spaces. With the parking of 180 parking spaces, originally staff report called out for a requirement of 314 parking spaces with 309 regular parking spaces and 5 handicap stalls. With the current parking on site of 130 stalls and 7 handicap stalls, plus the 181 stalls to the west, we're now at a total of 318 parking stalls with 7 handicap stalls. So we exceed the parking requirements for the facility. For item number 3, about secondary school being located on a collector street, Meadows Lane is listed as a neighborhood street on the master plan of streets and highways. However, over the course of time, it has been developed in excess of a collector street. It is actually a 5-lane street with a center turn lane. There is a sidewalk on the north side of it. It's lit on both sides. And on the south side, there's a 23-foot easement that is going to be used, again, as part of the Walkable Communities Master Plan to develop a walking and bike trail. Meadows Lane to the west of Decatur is already on Master Streets and Highways as a collector street. This is one little stretch between Decatur and Valley View that for some reason has not been officially noted as a collector street, although, again, it is developed in excess of a collector street. The fourth one, for the school does require this to be fully licensed by the state and to conform to all of the local codes and jurisdictional requirements, which they have done in other areas. They are a fully licensed operating facility now in the Northwest. They have a K-8 facility. This facility would be able to provide a continuum of education for students progressing beyond 8th grade into the high school. And item number 5 on the findings, again, addressed the street width, which basically goes back to the fact that it's developed as wider than a collector street. In closing, we have had a number of discussions with staff, and we apologize that we did not make it around to all of the commissioners. We honestly didn't think it was going to get a denial because there have been charter schools located at this address previously. We met with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and when we left the meeting, she gave the indication that she approved of the project in her district. We also, Quest held an open house at the facility. It was not advertised as a public meeting for the use permit, but it was an open house. There were notices sent to 15,000 people in the immediate area. Approximately 35 people showed up, mainly to find out what Quest was and for the opportunity to enroll. With that, in closing, We're here obviously to request approval, and staff also suggested that if this does receive approval, to clarify that this could be final action at the Planning Commission level. I do have my backup singers here from YMCA and from Quest Academy to answer any specific questions.
Okay, before we go any further, sir, it's real important that you pass the parking letter to the clerk, and if you don't mind, I'd like the director to look it over, and then, or Doug, or someone.
And Madam Chairman, my law firm has had extensive involvement with charter schools, representing charter schools, one of them being Academy of Excellence at one time. So out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to be abstaining on this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner Flangus. Okay. Is there anybody else here that would like to speak on this item regarding a small charter school in the YMCA on Meadows Lane?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is Brian right here. According to the code, we also, our office has got to look at this to make sure that it's up to par before you can actually, you could approve it, but I don't know if it could be final action tonight.
Oh, no. Okay. Okay, thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, sir.
William Shake, 400 Meadow Valley Drive. My property is on the south side of the YMCA. I directly back up right where they're going to put this school and the entrance to this school. And I already have enough problems with the YMCA, especially in the summer with their daycare for the camp, the day camp. With the kids running around, they have a direct portal view into my backyard because the YMCA sits about 5 feet higher than my property. I'm constantly getting rocks thrown at my house in my backyard. I've made complaints to the YMCA with little concern on their behalf, and this is just something that will be even more annoying to me as a neighbor, somebody who's lived there for 10 years. I don't know if you have received I didn't see anything in the report about receiving the opposes. I have 10 opposes that I faxed in from neighbors.
Oh, no. Could you please hand those to the clerk
Okay,
as
I have
well?
the originals and the fax in the transmission. So.
Okay. Could you give her the originals, and then we'll pass.
Sir, what's your address again?
400 Meadow Valley Drive.
Meadow Valley.
The original will go to the clerk, and then she'll give us one of them. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, while she's doing that, is there anybody else here that wishes to speak on this item, a charter school going into the YMCA? If so, please speak now. Thank you. Either microphone is good.
Maribel Nunez, 6120 Skokie Court. Madam Chair, members of the Commission, good evening. I'm here on behalf of Quest Academy as a parent of a Quest Academy student. My son, Delavere Mack, is currently in the 8th grade, and I'm here because I humbly request that you overturn your recommendations of denial and approve the school to open in August. The reason being is because over the years, we have been challenged in finding the right school for our son. And Quest has been the only school where my son has achieved higher academics achievements. And for the first time in his life, he made the honor roll. And it has a lot to do with the teachers of Quest Academy and its leadership. And I understand your concerns, but I can assure you that the leadership of Quest Academy will not allow any of those things to happen, and they will address them. It's just that kind of school. When you have students that are in the 8th grade and seeking for a high school, where do you go when you know that the current school has achieved greatness in your child? And you know that other school settings didn't achieve that, either in the private or public school settings. So I'm very concerned, and I know that this will not only benefit my son, but it will also benefit all of the 8th graders that are currently in Quest Academy. And in addition to that, it's in benefit to the community as a whole, because when you think about the dropout rates here in our community, we're looking at 52% dropout rates. That's alarming to me as a parent and also as a community partner. We must do something different.
Thank you very much for your comments, and I want to thank you for taking the time to come here tonight and for being so involved in the life of your son. So we'll see what we can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Quinn, I think that rate's more like 63%.
Yeah. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak? Please name and record for the clerk.
Hi, good evening. This is Mike Luby, President and CEO of the YMCA of Southern Nevada, 4141 Meadows Lane. We would just like to ask the commission to, seek approval. We are really thrilled to be able to work with this group of schools. We've had the opportunity to work with a couple of different schools that are looking for either permanent locations or are in between their buildings, and we've had nothing but fantastic experiences with the kids. As Kurt mentioned, it does allow us the opportunity to have children there normally when the building is underutilized, and so it allows us to, get maximum participation. So we really just here to support the group and would present to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for coming down, Mr. Luby. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this? Please come forward. State your name, sir, for the record, and address.
Madam Chair, I'm Vernon Law, the Vice President of Quest Academy Governing Board, 823 Vermilion Drive, Henderson, Nevada. I wanted to specifically address the concern of the neighborhood, because we can assure you that it is our due diligence as part of our education program is not just to educate our students and to be excellent in education, but also to have human and love for our fellow man. So part of our curriculum, that's part of who we are, and we strive. Our quest is to ensure that our students themselves come out as better people. So all I wanted to say to you is that on behalf of Quest Academy, we would love to actually come into a neighborhood that needs us, that we feel as though we can truly sit down and provide a viable service for the community, because we are here as a charter school. And if, in case you're not familiar with the charter schools, for those who are not, because Commissioner Flangus, I am familiar with you and your affiliations with charter schools. Charter schools, we do not get public funding for a facility. So to partner with the YMCA for a high school that we already have all of the gym equipment there, the swim equipment there. Our administrator has an outstanding vision. She wants to make a sports medicine type of field there, and that is ideal. And to say that we would not honor and respect your property, we will do everything in our power to do that, because that is what we teach, that is what we instill, and that is what we strive.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vernon. I appreciate your work and your comments. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this matter? If not, there is. So we'll have another. No, I'm sorry. We got to finish this up first. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Elliston Rucker. I live at 6845 Cedar Basin Avenue, and I'm a physician, internal medicine specialist here in the area. And I speak from that reference, as well as having 5 children of my own in both the public and private schools here in Las Vegas, as well as magnet schools. My experience with Quest Academy as being a new parent of Delavere Mac that my wife spoke of, I would compare this school with one of the magnet schools. Their philosophy, the children are able to use their laptop computers in the classroom. They have special projects and things that just are not available through the public school system that I've seen with my other children, and actually rival and exceed the private schools we've had some of our children in. So so you'd say, well, what's the difference between this school and another school?
Let me just stop you really quickly,
Sure.
because what we have to do as a planning commission is we have to evaluate if the use is appropriate for the area. So I'm sorry we can't go and talk about the difference in all these wonderful schools, but I do trust that you love the school, and we appreciate your comments. But we can't go off what we're doing, which is the use of the property. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to, is it okay, Director, if this man just say one more little thing? I know, but, okay, just a couple minutes, okay? Because
Not even that long, I'm sorry.
they think I'm cracking the whip up here, so.
It is, I don't have an immediate problem with anything going on there.
Right.
I have a problem with what exists there now.
Right, and I think it would be really nice if you spoke with Mr. Luby about it. He's a great guy, he's great in the community, and he's sitting right over there, and I can promise you, he's third row on the end, wave, Mr. Luby, see him?
Okay.
And then why don't you set up a meeting and go over to his office and spend some time and give him some suggestions? It's just, this is not the place for us to do it.
That's fine. Thank you.
But I really appreciate you coming out, and go sit with Mr. Luby over there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now, is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this? I see no one else. We're going to close the public comment, and we're going to open it up to the, did I miss staff? Oh, no. We're going to open it up to our commissioners, but first, Mr. Byron Scott would like to talk about something. Brian.
Madam Chair, I just had a chance to look at the license agreement that the gentleman spoke about. I don't think it's sufficient for our purposes in that, one, it's not in perpetuity, which is normally what we require for a use of an off-site parking facility. Additionally, there's no maps attached which actually show it. It is referenced in the agreement that they would take up the last 4 rows or 191 spaces, but there needs to be a map attached to this agreement so that we can actually record it and actually know that those are the spaces they're able to utilize. But paragraph 3 of the agreement says that there's a termination clause which says that each party shall have the right to terminate this agreement and the license at any time in the future upon 60 days prior written notice to the other party. That means that once it's approved, they could actually enter into a termination agreement, or so one party could terminate the agreement, and you're back to needing the variance for parking. So I think it needs to be in perpetuity, and a map needs to be attached. So.
Thank you, Attorney Scott. Okay, any other commissioners have something to say? Let's start with you, Commissioner
Just a quick
Glines.
question. What is your anticipated enrollment, or are you going to phase this in, or is it, could you press that button that says Mike? There you go.
I think it's on there.
Yep.
Actually, I think they're voice activated when you walk up to them. Technology. It will ramp up, obviously, because it is students that are coming from their existing K through 8 as well as immediate neighborhood. So it will be ramping up. With the size of the classrooms anticipated, it will be approximately 30 students per classroom. And with the amount of classrooms within the facility, again, 6 times 30, 180, you'd be stretching it at 200.
Okay, thank you. I have no problems with this. I'm a namesake of a elementary school, my family, and I'm also a licensed substitute teacher, and I work full-time putting youth 14 to 24 into job shadows, paid and unpaid internships. So, but I think what may lead some credence to the neighbor's concern over there is if you would take an opportunity, just like I do at my parents' school, go over there often to let the school and the kids know about the surrounding area. So if you could kind of incorporate that into in the care for the surrounding area, I think we'll have a happy median there.
Yeah, unfortunately, when we spoke with staff, there was nothing on the record for anybody opposed to it. Whenever we got the staff report, we didn't know about this.
Yep.
There is an open house coming up. Sorry, what's the date? March 22nd. They are hosting another open house at the facility. We can make sure that they all are personally invited to it, just as more background on the school and how it would operate within the Y.
So that's March 22nd, 6 p.m. at the YMCA. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Yes, I'll stipulate that the school is the world's best. end the discussion there. My concern is the traffic associated at 7 o'clock in the morning when in just a few years you're going to have 180 students being dropped off. No buses, all just vehicles dropped off. The access to the parking that is someplace to the west, when I look at the rendering, it shows R1 houses for the first 3 lots, and then there's a vacant area. So I too would like to know where the proposed parking is that is on a short-term agreement. Where's that parking? And
It's on. It worked. If we could go to the overhead. This is obviously the existing facility right here. Their main access coming off of Meadows is right here. The 130 parking spaces that they have on site right now are around the front of the facility and on the south side of the facility. The 181 parking spaces would be in this zone right here, which is basically the first 4 rows of parking to the east. Exactly.
To the east, I thought we said west, okay.
I'm sorry. Given that legal would like some additional verbiage in there for perpetuity, I think it would be also easy to get a reciprocal access agreement that would allow additional access directly to Valley View so that access off of Meadows could be augmented by additional access off of Valley View.
That might be something worth pursuing. Will there be any traffic whatsoever that comes off Mayflower Lane going to the west? That's to the left-hand side of the drawing.
No. The property is fenced to the west and the south, and there is no traffic anticipated going from this property.
Anticipated is not much of an assurance. How about a block wall instead of the fence? And how about that block wall continuing down to perhaps provide some protection for the people on Valley Meadow Lane?
It is an existing 6-foot-high block wall. There is a crash gate back there that's required by the fire department that we would not be able to take out.
Okay. And what can we do to address the concerns of the neighbors to your south there that are on Meadow Valley Lane?
It could be limited to pedestrian access only. I know planning and...
You know, what his criticism was with the Y users throwing rocks over the fence into his yard. You know, it's not a comment regarding the school because you're not there yet, right? It's regarding your landlord hasn't been responsive to the requests of the people to the south.
If I can help answer that question for you. If I can help answer that question for you. We typically, as part of our routine, we set up a parking program. Part of our indoctrinating our parents in and how our students will be dropped off, plus security. That's part of what we do at the school. We will cone off areas if we have to. We will portion off areas if we have to, which we've had to do at our current location. So that is the way we do business. And coning that off, having our security and our staff ensure that those areas are coned off, that is what we do, and we do that currently.
Okay, and I have your all's assurance that there'll be no traffic having access off Mayflower or down onto Bedford and through the neighborhood there.
Yes, that can be very easily done.
That's my concern. So it'll all go, egress access is going on Meadows Lane, and you're going to work on getting some kind of a access agreement to get you across the neighboring property that has the agreement that's got quote marks around it that could possibly get you access into Valley View Boulevard.
Exactly.
Sounds like we got some work to do.
And we currently have an issue that pertains really close to that where we currently are. So it's work to do, but it's work we've already done and we continue to do because we need a steady flow of traffic in coming in and out. And we have to provide that for the safety. That's part of ensuring the safety of our students and ensuring that our parents can get in and out on time.
Right. The school district typically requires access on 3 sides for a school.
Right. In which, when here, you will have two. We'll try to exit out of one. We will be eliminating the one exit in which you just spoke
Now,
of there.
I'm assuming your preference is a long-term agreement. You don't want to, let's try it for a year. You want a long-term?
We want long-term.
Okay, I think that we have to have an agreement that would be acceptable to the DA, that it is a permanent arrangement.
And, okay.
Okay.
That's easy. That's easy.
Sorry, a quick question. Is this a year-round school, sir? I'm speaking to Vernon.
No, it's not. It's in
So you go
9
from
months.
September to
June.
June?
Yeah,
And then
May.
summer, when all those kids are piling in there, you're not even there? Is that safe to
Exactly.
say? Okay, and then with your, the problem with your delinquency in parking spaces, it's very important that your handicap spaces are up to code, because I know where they are when you go in the main door of the YMCA. I've used them many times, but I want you to make sure and tell me where they're going to be in the back, because I hope there's a student in a wheelchair that comes to your charter school.
Exactly.
So do you have those?
I can address the parking spaces, no, Mike, but the handicapped parking spaces actually exist.
Try your mic now. I'm going to turn mine off.
Maybe that's it. The handicap spaces exist. There are 2 of them back in the rear of the property right now. There are 5 in the front, like you said, to handle the main entrance to the building, and there are 2 more back adjacent to the access for the students that are existing right now.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners?
Yes, Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Trinity.
Is this a parking impaired site without the classrooms? And what's the additional loading on the parking with the added classrooms?
It is parking impaired. Never used the terminology like that, but it is a parking impaired site. There was an agreement in place previously when Sprint was in the building to the east. The agreement was linked to the user there, Sprint. This agreement is with the property owner itself. The numbers that were cited in the staff report for the requirement of 314 spaces are what would be required with the school in there. The school only adds an additional, I believe it's 20, I'm sorry, you have it up on screen. Can you read it real quick, staff?
Through you, Chairwoman Quinn.
Thank you.
Without the private school in there, the recreation center is 298 spaces.
It is the requirement for it, and there's 130 existing right now.
And Madam Chair, and there is an existing classroom in there currently, or it's not currently operating?
There are existing classrooms in the facility that the Y uses, and they're not school classrooms. They're not associated with the school at this point in time. They are just used by the Y for the YMCA classrooms.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's nobody else that wishes to be heard on this item, I'd like to have a motion from someone. So, Commissioner Goins?
Well, my concern would be the parking agreement, and I guess I would have to ask the city attorney if we do not make this final action between now and city council, will that be ample enough time to get the cross-access agreement and all taken care of?
Excuse me, Byron, this will not be final action. It will have to go to City Hall, this one.
Commissioner, yes, that should be enough time as long as they get a modified agreement to the city attorney's office and to the planning department, which indicates a in perpetuity agreement as well as attached maps showing the property to be used as the parking on the other lot.
Thank you. With that, just one comment before. I know this Meadows Lane area is a pretty clear thoroughfare for the mass transit system. The RTC has a number of programs, a club ride program which youth can utilize, and this is another opportunity for a school to teach our kids to let's get a lot of these cars off the road. The gas prices are high. We're emitting all of these pollutants into the environment, so it's an opportunity as well. But with that, on item 22, VAR 444 5-4, I'll move for approval, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Madam Chair, if I could we add a condition that, I mean, as our attorney told us, that the condition would just make it clearer that they would need to have that joint use agreement and the parking approved by the DA or the city attorney prior to presentation to the city council.
Mr. City Attorney, will you accept that condition?
That should be good. It's in the code already
Okay.
that any parking agreements like this have to come to the city attorney's office for approval.
And-
So.
Thank you.
Then I'll defer to Flynn to craft that condition.
Okay. If, Mr. Trowbridge,
No, if I understand our attorney, he already said it's already in the code, so it would be unnecessary.
Yes, that's correct.
Therefore, move for approval, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions on item 22.
Thank you. Please vote. And that motion passes.
Item 23, SUP 44453, move for approval, subject to all staff's recommendations and conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Thank you. That motion also passes.
Madam Chair, those items go forward to City Council on April the 18th, and we've admonished the applicant to work with the city attorney's office on the parking agreement.
Thank you. We're now going to move to related items number 24 and 25, which is variance 44481. The applicant is Nevada Hand, H-A-N-D, Incorporated, the owner Westcliff Heights, LP, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 79-foot setback where residential adjacency standards routine have a 136-foot feet adjacent to the north side of Silver Sky Drive, approximately 500 feet east of Roland Wiley Drive. This is in Ward 2. Staff is recommending approval. It's related to item number 25, which is SDR 44480, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 3-story 80-unit senior citizen apartment complex development with a waiver to allow a 0-foot landscape buffer along portions of the south perimeter where 6 feet is required. Staff recommends approval. Staff.
Madam Chair, this proposed development was previously approved, which included the same site plan, elevation, floor plans, and associated landscaping. The previous approval has expired before it was exercised, necessitating needing the for a need for a new approval. The proposed senior citizen apartment development is compatible with the 3-story assisted living facility and condominiums to the west and will provide a buffer between the Summerlin Parkway to the north and the single-family homes to the south. Staff is recommending approval of both items, subject to conditions. Please note we did receive additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Richard Turner, 6765 West Russell Road, on behalf of the applicant. With me tonight is Bob Feibelman with Nevada Hand. First of all, the expiration of these 2 items was an oversight on our parts.
Well, it happens.
Yes, it does in these trying times, but we are aggressively pursuing permits. We're in agreement with staff's recommendations and would request your approval and ask that it be final action.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on this application? Mr. Farlow.
Thank you. I just want to say Nevada Hand does a...
Please state your name and address
Todd
for the
Farlow,
record.
240 North 19th Street. Nevada Hand does an outstanding job. I'm surprised that there isn't a parking waiver in there, but they never use their parking spaces anyway. So anyway, I hope you approve this.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll close the public hearing, and we're going to open it up to the commissioners. Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you. The rendering that we see on the overhead shows the gold building. Is that going to be what's new, the new proposal?
That is correct.
And
that would be the 80-unit facility. The 40-unit facility to the south is already 100% occupied.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners wish to speak? If not, we'll have a motion. Trinity.
There's no other
Byron.
questions?
No more questions?
Okay, I make a motion to approve variance 44-481, subject to all staff conditions. Motion for approval.
Motion for approval. Please cast your vote. Thank you.
And in regards to the companion item,
That motion passes and will go to City Council on, never mind, he'll announce it after the next one. So I'm sorry I interrupted you, sir.
in regards to item 25, site development review 44-480, make a recommendation for approval, subject to all staff conditions.
Thank you. Please vote.
Excuse me.
Thank you, and that motion passes.
Madam Chair, these items are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're now going to move to item number 26, which is 44428. The applicant owner is Decatur Car Care Associates Limited Partnership for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an auto repair garage major at 2005 through 2029 South Decatur. Staff is recommending approval, and this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Could you please state your name and address for the record?
Peggy Pound, 10120 Southeastern Avenue, on behalf of the applicant. And with me,
Chris Biro, 10120 Southeastern, on behalf of the applicant.
we come to you tonight to ask for a special use permit on an existing business on Decatur, South Decatur, that has been there in excess of 20 years. The site is extremely well managed and clean. During this past week, I've actually sat on site for about 2.5 hours watching what went on and everything. And it supports the local businesses around it, the fast food, the indoor swap meet. As people's cars are being worked on, they're going over there and supporting those businesses. This has operated as a garage type atmosphere there. There are 6 businesses: transmission, smog, oil change, the kinds of things that you'd see with your cars. There are no wrecks stored on site. There's no cranes outside. There's no trash at all. They handle all the environmental waste according to code. And we would ask that we would agree to meet the conditions that staff has put on this, and our client hopes that you would approve it and give us final action tonight as the staff has voted for approving of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Peggy. Is there anybody else here that wishes to speak on this item? If so, please come forward, and if not, we'll close the public hearing. Okay, thank you. We're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to open it up to the commissioners. I just want to say first that I did meet Peggy and Chris on site, and the site is immaculate, and it is running perfectly. I don't know why you didn't have a special use permit for the activity before, but I think it kind of maybe slipped through the cracks.
It did.
And I wanted to say one other thing about it. There was, no noise. There was nothing unusual going on there except just a good, hearty business. And your business flourishes the restaurants, those little restaurants on the corner. So I think it's a win-win situation for everybody. And I'll turn it now to my other commissioners. Thank you.
No other just.
Seeing that there's no discussion on this matter, Madam Chairman, I'll go ahead to move to approve item number 26, SUP 44428, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. That motion passes and goes to, will that be final action?
Madam Chair, this item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
Congratulations.
and beautiful chambers.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me just a minute. Okay. Thank you. We're going to move on to number 27 and 28 related items. One is SUP 4435, applicant Aragots Karapati and ANA Royal Enterprises Incorporated. The owner is TJ Plaza LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment used within an existing 8,795 square foot grocery store at 2101 South Decatur Boulevard. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The related item to this number 27, of course, would be number 28, and that's SUP 44436 for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 8,795 square foot restaurant with a service bar. Staff is recommending approval, and this is also, I don't know where it is, but anyway, staff.
Madam Chair, the grocery store and restaurant are connected by an internal hall access within the same suite. Both proposed uses are permitted in the C2 zoning district with approval of separate special use permits. The uses can be conducted in a manner that is harmonious and compatible with the surrounding uses, and staff recommends approval. Please note we've received additional protests and support since publication.
Thank you, staff. Good evening, Mr. Borgel. Please state your name and address for the record.
Madam Chairman, before we start, my law firm represents the owner, TJ Plaza LLC, so I'll be abstaining on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flangos. Good evening, Mr.
Good evening,
Borgel.
Madam Chair and Commissioners. Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, representing the applicant in this matter. We appreciate the staff's favorable recommendation. The applicant has read and agreed to all the conditions thereof. I would point out, as you've probably noticed in the staff reports, that with regard to the service bar, that's a use that's been approved twice before on the property for a previous owner with no problems that I'm aware of. We also note the staff's comment that the property is well kept and maintained. This is an applicant who has already been licensed for the restaurant and for the convenience market and invested substantial sums of money. In order to operate those facilities profitably, he needs a service bar and he needs the standard off-premise beer and wine licenses here. And inasmuch as he's already licensed and operating as is, it would be a great help if your action tonight could be final here tonight rather than sent forward to the City Council. We recognize there could be an appeal, but we would hope that your action could otherwise be final based upon the record of prior approvals and the existence of the existing businesses.
Thank you, Mr. Borgel. Is there anyone else in the chambers that wishes to speak on this item? Good, Mr. Farlow.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. These last two items were in the same area that Bill Arndt was projecting in that redevelopment thing today. So it looks like these people are taking care of their own redevelopment. I appreciate them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this? Okay, if not, Mr. Borgel, we're going to close the public hearing and we'll open it up to the commissioners, starting with Commissioner Schlossman. Do you have something to say? Goins? Trowbridge?
If there's no questions or discussion, I'm ready to make a motion in regards
Great.
to special use permit 44435. Make a motion for approval subject to all staff recommendations, and I have no problem with it being final action.
Thank you. Please vote. That motion passes.
In regards to item 28, special use permit 44436, make a motion for approval subject to all staff conditions. And again, I have no problem with it being final action.
Thank you very much. Please vote. Thank you, and that also passes. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, so we'll be back in just a... Oh, I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
and good evening.
And that was final action, Greg. Yay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, final action in the absence of an
Sorry.
appeal within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
We're going to take a little break. Thanks. Everybody's here? I'm not paying attention. Okay, we're waiting for our suite clerks, and the staff's in place, and we're ready to roll. Suite clerks. We're on to number 31, and it's SUP applicant Las Vegas Boulevard Tattoo, owner Garces Venture LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor / body piercing studio at 630 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward, and staff tonight is recommending approval. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, the proposed tattoo parlor is located within the downtown Centennial Plant Office Core District in the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway Overlay District. There are no minimum special use permit requirements for the use. The proposed use is appropriate for the area and can be conducted in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you, Steve. Good evening, applicant. Please state your name and address for the record.
Scott Petroni. And
I'm sorry,
Scott Petroni. Yes,
Hi,
Scott.
Hi, Scott.
Hello. And that is for 630 South Las Vegas Boulevard.
Okay, so you're going to open up a tattoo parlor there with piercing and, okay. Is there anybody here, would you like to talk a little bit more about it, or is that it?
Oh, that's pretty
about
much
it?
the gist
Well,
of it.
thank
Yep.
you.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there anybody here that wishes to speak for or against this item? If so, come forward. If not, we're going to close the public hearing. We're going to turn this over to staff, starting with Commissioner Trinity. Or Goins. Did you want to go ahead? Commissioner Goins, I apologize.
I was going to ask him to just roll up his sleeves and show the ink. Cleanest tattoo guy I've seen. Seen that comes before us. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you have several tattoo shops around downtown or in Las Vegas? Or is
No,
this your
that's
first one?
actually going to be our first one, yes.
Okay, what's the name of the tattoo shop?
It's just Las Vegas Boulevard Tattoo.
Okay. I have no further questions. If there's no further questions, I'd like to make a motion for
Thank you,
follow staff's
Commissioner.
recommendations and for approval of SUP 44443.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. And that motion passes.
Madam Chair, that item will go forward to City Council on April the 18th.
Thank you. We're now on to SUP 4448. Applicant is AK Inc., owner 7-Eleven Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 9 square foot accessory package liquor off-sale use within an existing 2,640 square foot convenience store at 1705 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Councilman Coffin's ward, and staff tonight is recommending denial. Staff.
Madam Chairman, staff finds that this area is saturated with alcohol uses and cannot be operated in a compatible and harmonious manner with the surrounding uses, and as such, staff does recommend denial of this application. Please note we did receive additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Good evening, sir. Could you please give us both your names and address for the records if you're both going to speak? If not, just one of you. Hit the mic. Here, I'll turn.
Here we go. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Mark Hawkins. This is Jeff Donato. We're both with the law firm of Fenimore Craig, located at 300 South 4th Street, Suite 1400. We are here on behalf of the applicant, AK Incorporated. AK Incorporated is the franchisee for a 7-Eleven store, and we have with us in the audience the owner of AK Incorporated, Mr. Aman Singh. He's sitting with us, and also a representative from 7-Eleven. The business consultant, Julia Jacobson, has joined us today, this evening as well. So if there's any questions, they can certainly chime in as well. As you can see, this location is on Las Vegas Boulevard. It's the southeast corner of Oakey and Las Vegas Boulevard. And wanted to show just quickly the floor plans of what we're talking about here in the 9 square feet, 6 feet by 1.5 square feet. Jeff?
This is Yes. Jeff Donato with Fenimore Craig, 300 South 4th Street. This is the existing floor plan. Here is the payment counter, and it currently stops here. There are some magazine racks and an ATM machine here. And if the application is approved, what we're proposing is to extend the counter to the length of the wall, and then to move the magazine racks to this side and the ATM here to allow and make space for the proposed area for the liquor sales. The proposed area is approximately 6 feet by 1.5 feet, which is 9 square feet. So there would be some improvements made to ensure that the public does not have access to the alcohol area. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mark.
Yeah, just a little bit of background about the owner of the franchisee store. He's owned this store since 2006, or operated the store since 2006. He's consistently won awards from 7-Eleven for cleanliness inside the store and operational. In fact, he recently won an award for the most clean store within the Las Vegas market, and they flew him out to Dallas to recognize him as that franchisee in our area. So he does take care of his store very well. He follows all the procedures that 7-Eleven has set up to check for miscellaneous issues at the store. And prior to our meeting here tonight, we wanted to reach out to the neighbors just to get their concerns. We held a couple of, as the staff had indicated in the report, we held a couple of neighborhood meetings, and we had some decent attendance to the night meeting. The day meeting didn't go so well. We had a couple people show up. In terms of numbers, not meaning it didn't go well, but in terms of numbers, there was only a couple people that showed up. And in those meetings, we had some frank discussions, and we think we addressed some of the concerns of the neighbors. We've agreed, our client has agreed to essentially landscape the 7-Eleven parking lot area, the perimeter, to beautify the area. He's also agreed to be more of an active participant in the neighborhood associations in the vicinity, the area as well. Before this even, he would go out and personally clean up the area, and recently held a sort of a neighborhood-wide cleanup and invited other businesses to join in to clean up the area. And we think he's done a pretty good job at trying to beautify the area and take care of the neighbors.
Phones off. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on this item? If so, please come forward, remembering to state your name and address to the record. I want you to know we have 2 microphones, so Mr. Hawkins, could you just step over a little bit? And we're going to start with our good friend Todd Farlow. And if you could get in front of that microphone, we're going to just go back and forth. So here we go, Todd.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I've got no problem with this. I'm trying to figure out the 9 square foot. It's 9 square feet of floor space. Is this going to be refrigerated? And how tall is it? Because if it's only 1.5 foot deep and it's like 8 feet tall, that thing's going to tip over. So anyway, I've got no problem with it. It's just a 9 square foot.
Thanks, Todd.
I don't think it's going to fit.
Good evening, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name is Ronald Zepeda, Z-E-P-E-D-A, 1455 North Main Street, formerly of 201 East Utah, block and a half from this 7-Eleven.
Okay.
I've been a customer there for years. And if the subject is to say something good or bad about this 7-Eleven, I can't think of anything to say good or bad.
Okay, what do you have to say about the liquor?
Yes, the liquor, the store, the operation.
Right.
But I would say something if the category was terrific and great.
Okay.
I know for a fact that the owners and staff, employees, are very diligent about carding customers tobacco and anything else that requires carding.
Okay.
they exercise excellent control of access. In fact, I've witnessed customers coming from other states that are on their way to a hotel outside of the city of Las Vegas, but they stop here and say, hey, we're back, you know, and they spend some money there and pay some taxes inside the city limits of Las Vegas. Their hiring practices, their employees, I found it to be excellent. Ladies and gentlemen of different ages and veterans. I'm a veteran of the United States Army.
Okay, Mr. Sabata, we have to, you've had your 3 minutes.
Oh,
So
my 3 minutes are up?
they're up, but let me just say something to you,
Sure.
because it's you being here is very important to all of us. You are for this
Yes.
item. Okay, so now we're going to go to this young lady right here, and let's see what she has to say.
Okay, the last thing I would like to say is I hope your throat gets to be feeling better.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Okay.
It's allergies. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good
Please
evening.
state
Paul
your-
Morningstar, 1504 Housels.
Thank you.
I'm about 2 blocks from Mr. Singh's store. I can tell you unequivocally, since he arrived in our neighborhood, he's been nothing but an asset
Oh,
to the
that's
neighborhood.
nice.
He keeps the property sparkling clean. His staff is courteous. They keep the store amazing. And I've actually witnessed Mr. Singh chasing out vagrants, and he has an excellent relationship with Metro. I could go on and on about how well he takes care of this business. I think probably one of the more important elements of this is how responsibly Mr. Singh will treat this, because he not only has to adhere to City of Las Vegas code, he also has to abide by the stringent 7-Eleven guidelines, and he realizes he stands to lose a lot if he does not follow those codes.
Right.
I do fully believe he'll treat this with the utmost responsibility. And I
Thank you
do
very
hope
much,
that
and
you,
we really
can see
appreciate you
fit.
coming down here tonight so we can hear how
Yes,
you
ma'am.
feel about it.
Yes,
So it's
ma'am.
important to us. Thank you.
I just think that if Bell's Market can be afforded that opportunity, I don't think there's any reason why Mr. Singh should not be afforded that opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. My name is Polly Arcos. I live at 572 Bonita Avenue. I am in the historic Beverly Green neighborhood, and I attended the first neighborhood meeting with his lawyers and Mr. Singh, and I have to say, as a mother of a child, I was very concerned about more liquor on that corner, especially with Bell's Market now selling liquor. So I was pretty against. I was pretty anti, and I asked some really hard questions. And I felt that Mr. Singh and 7-Eleven really reached out to our neighborhood. And so I held another meeting with them on Saturday, and I spoke with Mr. Singh at length. And I believe that he is an honest and forthright businessman. I believe when we look at these liquor applications, we have to look at the content of someone's character. And his character appears to be very high quality. And from everything that I can ascertain, I do support his request.
Okay.
I also believe that he will partner with the historic neighborhoods, and not just Beverly Green, but all of the historic neighborhoods,
Right.
in keeping the area clean and safe.
We really appreciate you coming down here. Thank you very much. Good evening. Name and not age, name and address for the record.
I'm Heidi Swank at 546 Barbara Way, and I'm the president of the Beverly Green Neighborhood Association. And with Polly, I attended one of the meetings that Aman had, and I'm one who's very hesitant about having more alcohol on that corner, but I think that Aman has won me over, and other people in the neighborhood have approached me and said that they do support him and that they would trust him to use this responsibly. I would like to see that we have a 1-year review, just to kind of,
That's a good
as a
idea.
catch-all, just to make sure, but
Right.
I do support this, and I think
Thank you
that
very
people
much for
in the
coming
neighborhood do.
down. Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good
Name
evening. My name is Michael Neal. I'm a business owner at
Address, please.
520 East Oakey Boulevard, which is 2 buildings right behind 7-Eleven. I've noticed, I've had the business there for 5 years now. It's a construction company that we have. And I've gotten to know Aman over the past 5 years there. He's an outstanding person. He very respectable, very clean cut, very, runs a really sharp business. In the neighborhood, I've noticed over the past 5 years how he has kind of tried to, with his relationship with Metro, and trying to basically clean up the neighborhood. He has kind of, we've kind of eliminated the vandalism. There's been a lot of homeless there, a lot of alcohol that goes on around the neighborhood. You see it there, and it's a lot less now. It's a lot cleaner there. It's a better neighborhood, it seems like.
That's wonderful.
So, you know, and I approve of, you know, what he's doing.
So it's, you're for this?
I'm for this. My business is for this, absolutely.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak on this? If not, we're going to close the public hearing, and we're going to open it up to the commissioners. We're not going to ask for any rebuttal because everybody likes you. So we're going to just go back to the commissioners if that's okay with you. That's nice. Okay. Commissioner Trowbridge.
One question. Is Mr. Singh in the audience?
Yes, yeah.
I think he needs to come down so he could just be recognized for the job he's doing in the neighborhood. I'd like to read a copy of just an excerpt from of an email we received in regard to this. We normally receive communication from neighborhood associations that are against this type of activity. They're, you know, it just starts off, you know, the neighbors do not support poor neighborhood behavior. And my initial thought was, oh boy, here we go again. But the letter continues. You know, speaking of Mr. Singh, you know, he conducts lengthy public outreach and keeps a clean store for locals to frequent as well. Because he has a community presence and contributes to keeping the strip location clean and free of criminal activities, we support his application out of respect for his operations, and they request approval with the condition that his location be monitored for any alcohol-related issues related to the special use agreement. I would like to commend you personally for what you're doing down there, and I think that the 7-Eleven has got a great operator, and I would challenge the 7-Eleven Corporation to find a appropriate location in my neighborhood and get Mr. Singh in there as the operator, if you would.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Trinity.
Yes, Madam Chair. When I first read this, I thought the neighborhood would come out in opposition due to the location. And then whenever I started researching this a little further, seeing that it fronted right on Las Vegas Boulevard, and met with the applicant and heard that he had, I think, the #1 cleanest store in the state of Nevada, and had all the community outreach and cleanup programs. And I spoke to several of the neighbors due to some other items that were coming up on the agenda, and none of them seemed to have an issue with this liquor store, well, as an accessory use. And it's only 9 square feet. Is another consideration. In the past, when I see these liquor stores going into the neighborhood, and it's a full liquor store, full package liquor store versus an accessory use, I would have a little bit harder time approving. However, taking into consideration all of these items, if there's no other comments, Mr. Gwynn?
I just wanted to make one comment. You have a total of 9 square feet, and I just recently read right across the street, the White Cross Drugs is closing. And I know they had a pretty huge liquor counter there, so even with your 9 feet, the surrounding area may get a decrease in the amount of alcohol that's sold, so that's a good thing as well. So,
thank you. Is Mr. Trinity ready for a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve SUP 44448.
Did we want to add that one?
I'm sorry. I'd like to add a 1-year administrative review.
Thank you. And that motion passes. Thank you, and for all you do, sir, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good night.
Madam Chair, this item will go forward to City Council on April the 18th.
Okay, we now move on to related items number 34 and 35 and 33. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed 33. We're just going to go to number 33, which is SUP 44452. Applicant is Sin City, Inc., owner Las Vegas Northbrook Partnership, LLC, for a possible action on a request for a special use permit for a tattoo parlor body piercing studio at 4275 North Rancho Drive, Suite Number 105, APN 138-02-712-012. It's a C2 General Commercial Zone. This body piercing studio falls into Ward 6, which is Councilman Ross's ward, and staff tonight is recommending approval. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, the proposed tattoo parlor is located within an existing commercial subdivision. There are no minimum special use permit requirements for the use. The proposed use is appropriate for the area and can be conducted in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding land uses. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this request. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you, staff. Good evening. Could you please state your name and address for the record? If you're both speaking, both of you state your name and address for the record.
Yes, good evening, Commission. My name is Bo Woodward from 4275 North Rancho Suite. Applicant Sin City Inc., representing owner Clifton Jones for Northbrooks Property LLC. And this is?
Martin Dooley, 7908 Wedlock Lane. I'm a 50% partnership in this venture.
Thank you, sirs. Is there anything you want to tell us about this place?
No, I'm a multiple owner of other tattoo locations here in Las Vegas, and just that they're successful and very nice facilities.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on this item? If not, we're going to close the public hearing and we'll open it up to the Planning Commission. Commissioner Trowbridge, do you have something to say? Commissioner Goins.
What are your hours of operation?
Our hours of operation are from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week.
Strictly tattoos, no other accessories or anything?
No, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Trinity? No. Commissioner Flangos?
Madam Chairman, seeing no further discussion on this matter, I move to approve item number 33 SUP 44452, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Post. And that passes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commission.
Madam Chair, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Good luck. Thank you. We now move on to related items number 34 and 35. 34 is SUP 44534, applicant owner MFE Incorporated, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed beer, wine, cooler, off-sale establishment within an approved convenience store at the southwest corner of Tenaya Drive and Azure Way. This is in Ward 6. Commissioner Ross. Staff is recommending approval. This item is related to number 35, which is SUP 44535, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed gaming establishment redistrict license within an approved convenience store with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a detached single-family home dwelling where a minimum of 330 feet are required. Staff tonight is recommending approval, and this possibly could be final action. Staff.
Madam Chairman, this is a request to reissue 2 special use permits that have since expired without being exercised at the southwest corner of Tenaya Drive and Asher Way. A convenience store has been approved at the site, and these uses will operate as accessory uses to the primary use of the convenience store. The parcel is currently undeveloped. The proposed use, if staff finds the uses can be operated in a harmonious and compatible manner with the surrounding development, and recommends approval. Please note we've received additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you, staff. Good evening, applicant. Please state your name and address for the record. If you're both speaking, you both have to give us that information.
Guljar Kular, 955 Temple View Drive.
Okay, one more time. I didn't hear you, sir. I'm sorry. Your name?
Guljar.
Okay.
Kular, K-U-L-A-R.
Okay.
955 Temple View Drive.
Temple View Drive.
Las Vegas, Nevada, 89110.
Thank you. So tell us a little bit about your establishment.
We do run right now, we do run it to convenience store and gas station, one on Ann and Clayton, one on Maryland Park and Pile. We run a very, very clean business. And on this one, we did have a use permit. Somehow, we didn't pay any attention to it, let it run out. But we have building permit is ready. We are ready to start construction. But then we learned from business people when we apply for the business license, they look, we don't have a use permit. That's how we learned. Otherwise, we was ready to start construction on it.
Okay, thank you. Are you here to speak, ma'am?
Yes, I'm Pat Sampson. I'm at 6283 Dean Martin Drive, Suite B, Las Vegas, 89118. And I'm with the civil engineering firm that has worked with Mr. Cooler on this project, and we have been with him for the past year and a half, getting all his plans through the process, and he's worked very hard, complying with everything the city has required and needed, and paid all the fees. And this came as quite a shock just a short while ago to learn that these use permits had expired. It was truly an accident. I think it was because with the economy downturn, the project was slow at getting off the ground. It sat a little longer than he planned, and it was never intended for these permits to expire. So we jumped into action as soon as we learned and did everything. Planning was excellent and really helped us through the
thank you.
process. And Steve Gebeke was just excellent in helping us.
That's our Steve.
Our praises to him. We got through the neighborhood meeting. I mean, we did everything, and they accommodated us, getting us into an earlier cycle.
Thank
So
you.
he could get this and get through and get his permit and get started.
Okay, that's great. We're going to ask, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? If so, please come forward. If not, we're going to close the public hearing and open it up to the commissioners. And it looks like we're opening it up for the commissioners, and I thank you for coming out this evening. Commissioner,
You said you own two other stores. What store will this be?
One is on, this is going to be AMPM.
AMPM?
Arco
Okay.
AMPM, and I do run other two Arco AMPM, one on Ann and Clayton, like I said earlier. One is on Maryland Park and Pile, and we are processing building another three more in this neighborhood.
Thank you.
thank you. Commissioner Flangus.
Madam Chairman, I'll go ahead and move to approve item number 34, SUP 44534, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please cast your votes. And that, sir, is approved, yes. We're going to go to number 35 now.
Madam Chairman, I'd also like to move to approve item number 35, SUP 44535, subject to all staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Opposed? What? Okay, we're going to have to withdraw this motion because something's messed up with the computer system, and we're going to do it again, so just 1 minute, please. We've withdrawn the vote, and Mr. Flangus is going to now make another motion. Or the motion stands, correct, clerk? Vote. Thank you, and that motion passes. Both of them do.
Madam Chair, these items are final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're moving on now to item number 36, which is SUP 44651. The applicant is the Andre Agassi Foundation for Education. The owner is the City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard for 192 parking spaces where 232 spaces are required for an existing school at 1201 West Lake Mead Boulevard. This item falls in Councilman Barlow's ward. Staff is recommending approval. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, this is a request to allow an alternative parking standard per Title 1918, which is permitted by a special use permit where the unique operation of a particular use creates a lesser parking demand than the parking requirements otherwise applicable under Title 1912. A submitted parking study that has been stamped and signed by a professional engineer in the state of Nevada demonstrates that the parking demands for this specific use are lower than for similar uses. Specifically, the study details that only 2% of students drive to school as a result of the school policy that only allows seniors to drive to school, and then only if they maintain a minimum grade point average. The unique operation of the school and the high percentage of students who walk, bike, use mass transit, or get dropped off support the use of an alternative parking standard. For these reasons, staff supports the request. If denied, the additional classrooms would not be permitted. And a condition has already been added to require a one-year review after approval has been granted. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you, Mr. Gebgaki. Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Sure. Francisco Aguilar, 3883 Howard Hughes Parkway, representing the Andre Agassi Foundation for Education.
Go ahead, sir.
And I'm Roger Freeman, Superior Engineering Services, 7464 West Sahara Avenue. We did the parking study and the traffic study for this.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. So we'll talk about it now.
Okay. What we're trying to do is we increased our enrollment at Agassi Prep. We originally had 600 students. We had at about 450. Now we're going through and doing the tenant improvements to allow for a more comfortable environment for our students after knowing what the needs are.
Right.
We occasionally have or regularly have about 1,200 students on our waiting list. Andre felt that wasn't appropriate. We needed to figure out a way to increase our enrollment to serve more of the students that were wanting to come to Agassi Prep.
That's nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? If so, please come forward. If not, we're going to close the public hearing and open it up to the planning commissioners. Commissioner Troop.
I have no problem with the request, but I would like a word of clarification from planning staff. The wording says you're requesting for an alternative parking standard. That's a different choice of words than we've used in the past. What's the difference? We normally talk in terms of to permit 3 parking spaces where 4 are required, and what is that? I mean, just educate me if you would.
Turn mine off. Thank you. Madam Chair, if you'll let me go ahead and answer that. About a year and a half, 2 years ago, we made an amendment to the code which allows the submittal of a parking needs analysis to address situations where the city's adopted parking standard may not reflect the actual need of properties. And so this is actually the first application that we've had come in under that new section of the code where the applicant is allowed to submit a parking needs analysis signed and sealed by a traffic engineer. And so this is different than variances, which you have seen in the past from parking requirements, in that you actually have a signed and sealed document that supports the numbers that are being proposed to you.
On the item. Go ahead, sir.
Clarify.
Yes.
Commissioner Tobridge.
Yes,
I'm an athletic commissioner, and he is a boxing judge. So.
Oh, fun. Cool.
Doesn't make that clarification and disclosure.
Okay, so we're going to close the public comment then, and we're with the commissioners now. So does anybody else wish to speak on it?
Madam Chair, just like to make one comment. I read the traffic study. Didn't have anything better to do. It was fairly lengthy. But one of the things that I noticed was that the traffic engineer noted that there was anywhere from 75 to 88 additional parking spaces not used on a daily basis based on the number of students that you have at your school currently. And even when you add the additional classrooms, you're only 28 short. So based on where you're at currently, without adding any additional, you'll still have surplus parking spaces. And maintaining the a certain GPA to park in the parking lot, and with all of the other information that they included with the number of teachers that will and students that use public transit and that walk from the neighborhood and the bikes and so on and so forth. I think I think you have plenty of parking for your additional needs.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, excuse me, Commissioner Trowbridge wanted to make a comment.
Just by virtue of an overabundance of caution, I would disclose that I do work as an independent contractor with the Athletic Commission.
You work as a what?
Pardon?
You work as, I'm sorry, what?
An independent contractor.
Okay.
And that position in no way influences my judgment in relationship to a parking standard for a fine educational institution. So
Thanks,
I will
Glenn.
be voting on it.
Commissioner Goins.
With no more questions, I'll move to follow staff's recommendation on item 36, SUP 44651. Move for approval, subject to all staff's recommendations and condition.
Vote. Thank you, and that motion passes.
Thank you. Madam Chair, this item will go forward to City Council on April the 18th.
Great. Now we move on to SDR 44434. Applicant is Ryland Homes Nevada, LLC. Owner RB Hillside, LLC. For possible action on a request for a major amendment in an approved site development plan, SDR 39117, to add 3-story model home plans on 90 undeveloped lots within an approved 371-lot single-family residential development at the southwest corner of Alexander Road and Clark County 215. This falls into Councilman Anthony's ward, and tonight's staff is recommending approval. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, the subject site is comprised of 90 lots within a residential subdivision currently approved for 371 single-family residential dwellings. 2-story products are approved for the entire 30-acre development. However, the applicant is requesting to add 3-story products for the 90 lots, which are planned to be sold to a different developer. As the design and placement of the proposed models conform to the Low Mountain West Master Development Plan and design standards, staff recommends approval with conditions. If this request is denied, the 2-story models approved through Site Development Plan Review 39117 would remain in effect. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you, Mr. Gebkaki. Good evening, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good evening. My name is Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. In this matter, I'm representing Ryland Homes. Just to give you a quick history on this property, because I actually represented the initial developer on this property several years ago, was Astoria Homes, before anything was built out here. And on this project, approximately 30 acres, Astoria was approved for a 2-story and 3-story product within the subdivision. If you are familiar with this subdivision here, the project has already been commenced construction. There are actually homes that are existing here within the subdivision itself that are 2 and 3 stories elevations. Since that period of time, Astoria was foreclosed upon by the bank. It's been the remaining lots within the subdivision is owned by a different equity group, which has sold some of the lots to Richmond American Homes, which subsequently came in and requested a review of a site development plan review where they were only shown 2-story homes. At that point in time, that's where the condition was changed from a 2 and 3-story product to allow a 2-story product. So what we are requesting, Ryland is coming in to also develop along with Richmond American. They're coming in with their 3-story product, which is a contemporary type of design that staff is showing you here on the overhead. Staff is recommending approval. We work closely with your Public Works Department. There's a couple conditions. If you're inclined to approve the application, that we got to make a change to Condition 8 and Condition 10. If need be, I could read those into the record. I have those. I'm going to let Lucian read those in, okay? How about that? But with that being said, I can answer any other questions that you may have here. The good news is you're going to have not only just one developer, but you have 2 developers here, home builders, are coming in to finish out a subdivision that was initially started by another home builder and coming in to complete this project. So we're excited about that, and hopefully you would support this application, and I can answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on this? Please come forward and state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. First of all, I love that contemporary design. Second thing, the three-story homes are much more energy efficient. At some time, all of the new stuff is going to be this, or they're going to have to put a basement in or something, because you got to have that height in order to get the energy efficiency. We learned this. They had the sustainable architecture lectures at UNLV, and this is what it's going to be in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farlow. Is there anyone else? If not, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to the Planning Commission.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Bob, this is, I'm sorry, Lucian, did you already read into record the amended condition?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, I did not. I can do that this time
Yes,
if
if
you'd
you
like.
could do that before my comments.
Okay. Condition 8, we're deleting the last sentence, so the new condition will read, contact the city engineer's office at 229-6272 to coordinate the development of this project with the I-215 Beltway Trail project and any other public improvement projects adjacent to this site. And then we're amending condition 10 to read, we're adding a phrase in the beginning of the first sentence that says, if finished floor elevations or the building envelope, i.e. typical lot drainage, differ from those on file with the previously approved drainage study, then the rest of the sentence, a drainage study update must be submitted to and approved by the Department of Public Works prior to issuance of any building or grading permits. Provide and approve all drainage ways recommended in the approved drainage study update.
And Mr. Gronauer, do you accept those conditions 8 and 10 as just read into the record?
Yes, I do, sir. Yes.
Seeing no further discussion. Seeing no further discussion, then I'd go ahead to move to approve item number 37, SDR 44434, subject to all the staff's conditions.
Thank you. Please vote. Please vote.
And let me just add one other thing, the amended conditions, that would be 8 and 10 as well.
Thank you. And that motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Gronauer.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, that item is final action in the absence of an appeal within 10 days.
Great.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. We now move over to number 38, and that's SDR 44438, applicant owner Francis and Madeline Ellen, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the expansion of an existing parking lot with waivers of perimeter landscape buffer with standards to allow 0 feet where 8 feet is required along the south property line and to allow no sidewalks along Atwood Avenue at 3280 North Rainbow Boulevard. This is in Ward 4, Commissioner Anthony's ward. Councilman Anthony, tonight staff is recommending denial. Staff.
Chairwoman Quinn, the subject site is currently vacant and undergoing remodeling as a medical office. The parking lot was recently expanded without the required entitlements or permits, resulting in this application request. A waiver is requested to not install sidewalks or off-street improvements along Atwood Avenue due to the rural nature of the area, which staff can support, with the condition added to require a recorded covenant for future improvements when conditions in the area are more appropriate. The existing site was annexed into the city as a parking impaired site with 10 spaces provided where 24 were required for the medical office use. The proposed expansion of the parking lot would allow for conformance to Title 19 parking requirements. However, a waiver is required to allow no landscaping along the south perimeter of the site, and exceptions are required for reduced landscaping at the interior of the lot. There is a child care facility adjacent to the south property line with a playground directly on the other side of the wall from the parking lot, and the lack of a landscape buffer will have a negative effect on this adjacent use, and staff does recommend denial. If denied, the parking lot expansion will have to be removed. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you, Steve. Good evening, applicant. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Lucy Stewart, 3900 Meadows Lane, and with me is Mr. Paul Dean, the contractor on the property. And as Mr. Gebeke indicated, that this is a converted house that was zoned back in Clark County, and one of the conditions of approval for the zoning was that they had to sign the agreement to annex into the city of Las Vegas for the water and sewer services. About 2 or 3 years ago, I guess the property went into foreclosure, and so it's been sitting vacant. All the plants have died, pretty much. When it was developed or converted in Clark County, they don't really have a distinction between medical office and just regular office, and at the time it was one space per 300 square feet, so it only required 10 parking spaces. Because it's been annexed and it had already been approved and converted, then it could just stay as it is, but because they're wanting to, the new owner is a doctor. He's purchased the property and spent money to clean up the property. He's reestablishing the landscaping on it and made the wrong assumption that because they wanted to add parking that was an improvement and was increasing the parking over and above what they had, that they didn't realize they needed an approval from the city. And so for that, we apologize. But one of the things I think that staff kind of, I don't necessarily agree to, because they're indicating on the, like on the south side of the property where the parking lot is, if I can convert to the aerial. Anyway, there's enough room for the parking spaces, for the drive aisle, and then for the access, the handicap access out to the street. So there really isn't enough room to have the parking in the driveway there. Unless staff indicated there is room to the southeast. However, if you can look to the southeastern, no, sorry, over here, this property line. There's a daycare to the south, which has, I think, large trees. I don't know that it's going to have an impact for us to add trees on our property. And then what we would be blocking is, I don't know if you can see, there's 2 ocean containers or shipping containers on the church site that they've just pushed up against this property line. Where the pavement, the new pavement ends, they're actually adding landscaping along the south property line and along the east property line where there's RE homes. It's in Clark County to the east and to the north of the property. It's a rural development, half-acre lots. And when this property was rezoned 12 years ago, there actually was a petition with 111 signatures in opposition of this. So as a result, when Clark County approved it, there were several conditions. Part of it was to try and maintain the appearance of residential and not having access onto Atwood, not having parking at the east end, doing landscaping along the eastern boundary, which they did, but it's all died because the property went into foreclosure. So, I mean, I guess we could continue as we are and just block off the parking. And again, we apologize for putting it in there, but we are reestablishing the landscaping on the site, making it still look like residential. The only thing we haven't really touched is the existing parking lot that's sort of in the northwest corner of the property. But I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with staff's comment where they're saying like the lack of sidewalks and shade trees and perimeter landscaping are not harmonious with development in the area. Because directly across, I have a picture of what the landscaping looks there. There's a shopping center and landscaping. It's pretty minimal adjacent to the street. There are some trees in the shopping center. If you look, this is like from the shopping center looking south. So this would be the southwest corner or southwest across from the site, from the property. Directly, like I said, directly south is a daycare. I think their trees are pretty large. They have, it looks really green. It's the fake turf there. So, you know, they don't have any trees in their parking lot. We're actually adding trees into the new parking area. So we will have trees in there. We're adding it on the east end, I think, where it's adjacent to the rural areas. So, you know, anyway, I guess we would agree with staff's conditions, if approved conditions.
Right.
But I
Okay,
don't know
Ms.
that.
Stewart, let's see if there's anybody here in the audience that wishes to speak on this item. If so, come forward and state your name and address. Mr. Farlow, for
Oh,
the
you
record.
know I'm going to speak against this. Todd Farlow, 249 North 19th Street. First of all, we're supposed to have the walkable community program, and the first thing they want to do is eliminate the sidewalks. That's ridiculous. We want the landscaping. I don't care about the foreclosure. I want everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Farlow. Is there anyone else? If not, we'll close the public hearing and open it up to the planning commissioners. Commissioner Flangus, do you have something?
Just a quick question. Looking up on Atwood, as you move to the east from your property, are there sidewalks there?
No, it's all rural standards. So it's, I don't think the neighborhood wants it to be that when it was zoned in Clark County. Again, it was opposed to the commercial, but as a result of the public hearing, there were conditions. And I don't think staff has a concern about the sidewalks on Atwood.
And how about due south of you on Rainbow? Is there sidewalks where the daycare is, or?
Yes.
So it's all along Atwood. We're pretty much rural, but Rainbow, it's kind of has the sidewalks.
Yes.
And I've had mixed emotions on this one because of the annexation by the city. We used the word here earlier tonight. I think it was parking impaired. And you started off parking impaired just by virtue of coming into the city of Las Vegas. But on the other hand, putting in a parking lot without the permit, not really a smart idea, and I'm not sure whether that's an innocent mistake or whatever the case may be. With that said, I'm not overly comfortable with this, but I'm going to support it. And the reason I'm going to support it is because it appears from the materials I read on this that there is a desire to have that rural look, and by moving your parking south of the building, you're maintaining that rural look on Atwood itself. I would almost agree with Mr. Farlow. I think you need more landscaping on here, but it appears with the child care behind you, you've got quite a bit of landscaping that kind of shields you there, and you're making a few attempts to put it in the parking lot. So I'm going to reluctantly support this tonight.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I was reviewing this, and I think staff did mention in their report that they would support not installing the sidewalk at this time. However, you would have to sign some kind of agreement if it was needed in the future, then you would bear the expense on that. However, on the parking lot trees, why can't you put in the additional 5 trees? So you have one landscape planter coming out with right next to parking spot number 28 with no landscaping. Down here by parking spot 6 and 7, you could put a tree. Why not put in the additional 5 trees? I don't think trees are that expensive.
Well, what we have done is we have put we're adding tree wells into the new parking area, and in fact, we're reconfiguring the parking. Right now, there's like against Rainbow, there's not any landscaping. So we're actually taking out, we're adding landscaping. We just haven't added any trees into the existing parking lot. But along the frontage, along Rainbow and Atwood, we are reestablishing the landscaping. We're putting in pyracantha, some rosemary bushes, so I guess Mr. Dean could probably answer that question if he can establish more. And along the southeast and the east property line, we're adding trees.
Madam Chair, if you can specifically answer my question, why can't we put in the 5 additional trees? It looks like there's plenty of room to put in the landscaping, not just additional shrubs. Is there something that I'm not seeing?
Paul Dean, 5065 North Campbell Road, Las Vegas, Nevada. Between space 6 and 7, the small little finger up there, that happens to be, we were planting a tree up there today, or actually yesterday. They dug up the main line. So that's the main water line. That kind of precludes us from getting anything there. We have added a tree back on the existing area, the existing landscaping. We have added a tree here. We've added a tree next to, I think that's space number 2. We have added trees here. The additional trees you're requesting would be in the 1 foot, the about 2 foot planter that would be right here along the wall. This block wall is about 10 to 12 feet high. Behind that wall as you can see in the picture, if borrow that from Lucy real quick here. The daycare already has, along that wall, mature pine trees that are somewhere in the 20 to 30 foot area that by putting trees there or anything there, it's virtually not going to grow. All the trees along the east property line, as Ms. Stewart said, have been replaced. We've maintained every tree in the front that you'll notice when the side, that actually is in the sidewalk right away, and the owners agreed to the condition that when those come out, you know, they'll try to box them up and move them onto the property.
Okay, but I'm reading, it says the requirement to plant 9 shade trees in the parking lot. Just to be specific, the requirement's 8-foot landscape buffer along the south property line. You're proposing 0, so staff says denial. To install sidewalks along the right-of-way frontage, you request to install no sidewalks along Atwood. Staff recommends approval. The third requirement is the one that I'm talking about, to plant 9 shade trees in the parking lot. You're requesting to plant 4 shade trees in the parking lot, and staff recommends denial. So all I was saying was on the, if I can go back to my, next to number, and it looks like you put additional tree in right next to parking spot 2. So we're up to 5 trees. You, if you put one in right next to parking spot 26, you'd be up to 6 trees. And if you found a spot to add 3 more right around the parking, or if you could even come up with any additional trees, you know, you would find my support.
Well, pretty simply, these trees that were here that are dead are now planted on the south and east buffer line. So I don't have a problem of installing more trees. At 26, that's concrete. The asphalt goes directly to the concrete right there. So there wouldn't be landscaping. That's, yeah, this is all concrete drive-through in here. Nowhere to put it there. We can put them in front of them. I'll certainly give you 3 more trees in that area if that.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart.
Need
I
your
just,
support.
are you, Trinity, may I ask just a question? Thank you. Could you, is this the right paper to show me where exactly are the disabled handicap parking places? Where are they located? And is one van accessible next to the handicap parking spot? I'd like to see the van accessible as well as the handicap spot.
This is the handicap spot, and this would be the van accessible entry, and this would be the normal 5-foot entry.
Okay, and so that's over there, so where are the rest of them?
There's only one required.
There's only one required?
There's only one required handicap spot.
How many total spaces do you have?
24.
You only have 24?
24 required. We're providing 26.
Okay, so you're not going to see my support on this item tonight. First of all, my children were ran over when there were no sidewalks somewhere, and second of all, the handicap parking is completely unacceptable for me, so thank you. Mr. Trowbridge, did you have something to say on this item? If not, we're ready for a motion.
We can certainly add another handicap spot down here at 26.
You know what, it's okay. It's just, we're ready
I
for
mean,
a
we
motion.
could, more than happy to provide more handicap spots, and actually, as you bring up the point, with the curb here, we have the handicap area where it would have encroached into the walkway where it was getting tight. We cut the curb and added sidewalk to get to access into it, so we maintain a 24-foot driveway so that you can go both directions in and out of the property at Rainbow and not use Atwood at all. The intention is for Atwood to be blocked off and that not to be a circulation way out.
Thank you, sir.
Listening to my fellow commissioners here, I'm going to ask you this question. Are you willing to obey this item, go back, figure out better parking plan for handicapped access and more trees?
Sure. We would like to ask a little guidance from staff of where the 5 trees they believe are missing were at.
But we'll work, if we can
work
hold
with
for
staff
2
to
weeks.
go ahead and do that.
Then we'll work with staff and see where we can established and then add more handicap parking too.
Yeah, it'd be a full month.
Move to obey this item to... Madam Chairman, then I'm going to go ahead and move to obey this item to our next meeting to give them an opportunity to fix the items that were discussed here tonight.
Please vote. The motion is to obey the item. A yes vote is to obey.
If we could have the city clerk give a date on that, Madam Chair.
That would be April 10th.
April 10th, 2012. Thank you, Ms. Stewart. That motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're moving on now to Director's Business number 40. I'm sorry, number 39. I'm skipping around. Number 39 is a GPA 43977. Applicant owner is the City of Las Vegas. A request to adopt an updated conservation element and revise the 2020 master plan. This is included in all wards. Staff is recommending approval. Staff.
Madam Chairwoman, this is an update to the conservation element of the City of Las Vegas. The conservation element is intended to provide a comprehensive document to assist with long-range planning and future needs of the city with respect to climate, air quality, energy, water, waste management, and habitat and wildlife. Nevada revised statutes require the inclusion of the conservation plan and waste management plan within a city's comprehensive plan. This document fulfills this requirement of the state law. The master plan contains numerous goals, objectives, and policies pertaining directly and indirectly to conservation. The conservation element links the broad policies of the master plan to other regional policy documents with respect to land use, transportation, conservation, and sustainability. And that ends our report. Staff does recommend approval of this update of the conservation element.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone here in the public that wishes to speak on this item? If so, please come forward. If not, we're going to close the public hearing and have the commissioners chat about the conservation elements and the revise of the 2020 master plan. So, Commissioner Trowbridge, do you have something to say?
Just I've read the document this afternoon and find it to be very thorough and professionally done and reflective of the type of work we have become accustomed to from our staff. So
thank you.
I have nothing more to add other than congratulations.
Nobody has anything else to add. We'll have a motion.
Madam Chairman, I do have one thing to add onto the record. A neighborhood meeting was held. No one from the public attended.
Oh, how sad. I didn't even know about it.
They missed quite a show. So no other comments, then I make a motion to approve the General Plan Amendment 43977.
Thank you. Please vote. And that motion is going to post. Thank you, and that motion passes.
Madam Chair, that item goes forward to City Council on April the 18th.
Thank you, Director. We're going to move on now to number 39, which is GPA. I'm sorry, number 40. We're at Director's Business already. Number 43733, the applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request regarding the adoption of the Meadows Walkable Community Plan. Staff recommends approval. Staff.
Madam Chair, we have the second walkable community plan before you this evening, which reflects the work of staff over the last 2 years, specifically within the Meadows neighborhood. As you're aware, the city's master plan talks about the need for walkable community planning and providing for pedestrian safety, comfort, and connectivity while providing access to goods and services within proximity of residential areas. The boundaries of the walkable community plan for the Meadows plan is shown on the map below, which basically is the area south of the Meadows Mall area and has already been referenced several times this evening in relation to other items that we've had on the agenda. Encompasses commercial areas immediately to the west and to the south and to the north, and then a residential neighborhood within close proximity of those uses, as well as civic uses such as schools and the YMCA facility, also within the boundaries of the walkable community plan. As I had mentioned, we've been in the process of developing this over the last couple of years. We began meeting with neighborhood associations and residents within the neighborhood starting back in August of 2009, getting their input in terms of what would make their neighborhood safer and easier to walk to the services which are within close access of their residential areas. We held a number of input meetings, most recently up until January of 2012 of this year, getting input from the residents in terms of the recommendations and also what they wanted to see within that plan area. The plan is divided into 4 sections. We address the existing conditions, look at the existing network of sidewalks and bicycle lanes, and then we have an implementation section which addresses the things that would help to make it safer and easier to walk and bike to services. Just moving forward through the presentation, in terms of the walkable community plan, the next step after getting your input and comments here this evening is to forward this to City Council and then to begin to identify funding sources. One potential funding source we already discussed this evening, as this does fall within the boundaries of the proposed redevelopment area, that would be one of the sources that we could look to in terms of funding the improvements that are identified here in the plan itself. As was mentioned, improvements to infrastructure and rights-of-way are permissible using redevelopment funding. So certainly that's one of the areas that we'll look to, in addition to the city's general fund and any grants that may be available for bicycle and pedestrian improvements. That concludes my presentation. I'd be more than happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Director. I just absolutely love the walkable community, and especially that you started it in this area where I live. So thank you very much for all the work you've done, and staff. Is there anybody here to talk about it? Hi, Todd.
Hi. Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Concerning the crosswalks, where they paint the strips in there and that, they paint those, and about 6 months later, you can't even see them. Is there any way, is there anything on the, any invention or anything where they could put a new paint or something that doesn't disappear after 6 months? And that also goes to the bike lanes too, because like I say, they paint them and it's really, really great. And as soon as that heat hits them and the tires drive over them, they're blacked out and it's awful hard to see them. And I wish that somebody would find a way to keep those visible.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farlow. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? If not, we'll close the public comment and we'll open it up to the planning commissioners, Commissioner Trinity.
Madam Chair, Todd Farlow, you're talking about the crosswalks up and down Charleston. I agree. People are getting hit all the time, and we do need to do something about that. And I noticed that in certain cities they'll paint their bike lanes green, and I noticed right outside the new RTC they did this. Is this, are bike lanes something that you're incorporating into the walkable community plan? And any thought go into painting them a different color so they stand out?
Like yellow.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and address that if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Certainly, as you've noticed, adjacent to the RTC, there has been paint that's been applied to the bike lanes that helped them to stand out. Just looking at other communities that have also adopted that as a practice, typically where they do those types of improvements are where there are areas where there are bicycle and vehicle conflicts. And so that helps to bring those areas to the attention of drivers, and so they're aware of bicycles in the bicycle lanes. And certainly I think that's something that you'll find in the recommendations there as well, that we try to reduce the amount of bicycle and vehicle conflicts, and that's one of the ways that you can do it is, again, bringing that to the attention of drivers. So you will see that continuing in the future in the city of Las Vegas.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Director. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? If not, we'll have a motion.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to go ahead and move to approve item number 40, DIR 43733.
Thank you. Please vote. And that motion passes.
Madam Chair, that item goes forward to City Council on April the 18th.
Thank you. Regarding the next one, I'll be abstaining as my husband and I own property in the area that they're talking about. So just to be fair, I'll abstain on that one. Thank you. And Commissioner Flangus.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're calling item 41, TXT 44368, text amendment. Applicant, owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action to expand the downtown Centennial Plan boundaries to clarify district goals and to amend Figure 1 of Title 1910.110 to reflect the expanded boundaries. Staff recommends approval. Staff?
Mr. Vice Chairman, last year the Planning Commission received a presentation during their workshop regarding the expansion of the downtown Centennial Plan. Within that area, there were 2 additional areas added as directed from the workshop. That is the industrial area and a new area to incorporate the northern part of the downtown plan. This plan would do that expansion. It also adds a series of goals for each district. Not all of the districts had goals, and we've added goals to each district. We do have an amendment to the Fremont East District, working with the Fremont Street Entertainment Group. They made some recommendations for goals, and we'd like to amend the goal to read as follows: to create a pedestrian-friendly community that combines the diverse street life, local business, eateries, sidewalk cafes, bars and cocktail lounges, lively entertainment, independent retail, residential living, while preserving the historic gambling house. Otherwise, the amendment does make amendments as read, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to open this up for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Do we have a map that we can
Excuse me, I
see
need
on
you
the
to state
overheads?
your name and address, please.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Do we have a map that shows this?
I apologize. There is a map in the backup. I will provide that to Mr. Farlow, but I do not have one as part of the PowerPoint.
Does anybody else wish to make a comment? Seeing none, I'll close this, the public hearing and turn it over to the commission.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, through you, a question for staff. I was reading that the shade trees going north, south, east, and west, or going north, south, east, and west is all shade trees. In other districts, sub-districts of the Centennial Plan, heading north and south, it would be palm trees, and east and west, it would be shade trees. Was there a reason why it was changed in this district? And is that a general rule that applies across the Centennial Plan, or is it different?
Could you begin at the beginning? I was, sorry, distracted by trying to find a map for Mr. Farlow.
Sure.
So I didn't hear the first part of the question.
No problem. A general rule within the downtown Centennial Plan is north and south palm trees, east and west shade trees. And I was noticing in this industrial district, we decided to put shade trees north, south, east, and west. Was there a specific reason why we made that modification? And does that general rule apply in all the sub-districts, or is it different?
Let me go ahead and address that question, if I might. In terms of in the industrial area, one of the things that we're looking at generally in the Downtown Centennial Plan, one of the things that has evolved over time is that really shade trees are more important for pedestrian comfort. And that's one of the things that we need to do. We initially had palm trees as a decorative element and also to identify the primary streets. And so you will see it existing in some of the other districts that we have in the downtown Centennial Plan area. But one of the things that we've been moving towards is using more shade trees and then interspersing those in between the palm trees in some of the existing districts in the downtown Centennial Plan area. So again, as part of the evolution of the plan itself, we're looking at using shade trees more often than palm trees, again, because of the shade that they give, helping with the urban forest or the canopy of trees that we have along the streets and adding to pedestrian comfort.
Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate that, and I think we do need to look at making some modifications, adding more street trees, and this is something we talked about throughout the years. Is this something that staff can handle administratively when projects come in, or is it something that we need to make a text amendment in order to incorporate into our plan?
It's something that is a standard within the plan itself, and so we do need to adhere to the plan. However, you can add additional trees over and above what the plan requires, and so there's nothing to prevent you from adding trees. It's only from subtracting trees. So that's something that we can do administratively.
Anybody else on the commission desire to make a comment? If not, we'll entertain a motion.
In regards to text amendment 44368, I make a motion for approval.
Please vote.
Oh, sorry.
The motion carries, noting the abstention of Chairwoman Quinn.
And Mr. Vice Chair, that item will go forward to City Council in ordinance form.
Director, through you, I'm going to give up talking on the rest of the items and pass them to my friend and co-chair, Commissioner Flangus. Thank you.
I think that would be appropriate. We thank you for holding out so long with your voice.
Going on now to item number 42, TXT 44483 text amendment, applicant owner City of Las Vegas, for possible action to amend LVMC 19.12 related to permitted uses and LVMC 19.18 related to definitions and measures by revising the zoning district applicability, description, definition, and requirements of the open-air vending/transient sales lot use. Staff recommends approval. Staff?
Mr. Vice Chair, staff began a series of stakeholder meetings with both mobile food vendors and brick-and-mortar restaurants within the downtown area. This item was brought to our attention by concerns from both the mobile food vendors and from the brick-and-mortar establishments. Through those series of meetings, we held 3 of them. We have drafted what we felt was a compromise between both the brick-and-mortar and the mobile food vendors. The highlights of that include allowing mobile food vendors to have access to certain city parking areas that would be administered through our new parking administrator that we have with the City of Las Vegas. In addition to that, we would also make some changes to allowing mobile food vendors to be on private property for 4 hours. Currently, the code only allows mobile food vendors to be in any one location for 1 hour. In response to some concerns from the brick-and-mortar establishment, staff added some conditions regarding the public right-of-way. For a mobile food vendor, there was a distance separation established within this text amendment to require mobile food vendors to be located 150 feet away from the front entrance of any brick and mortar if they wish to operate within the public right-of-way, thereby giving some distance separation from the established restaurants and the mobile food vendor. In addition, also an item was added to prohibit mobile food vendors from utilizing loading zones, both those on-street loading zones that exist on Fremont Street East and private loading zones. In addition to that, staff has made some proposals to some changes in the open-air food vending on private property. One of the restrictions that was previously there, if you had a restaurant and you wanted to have your own hot dog cart in front of your restaurant, you weren't allowed to do that. If you owned a different business, you could have a hot dog cart come in, like a Lowe's, and operate with that. So we made some changes in the open-air food vending to allow them to have some outdoor vending and open air for local established restaurants. Staff is recommending approval of this item, and we're here to answer any questions.
Like to open this up to public comment.
240 North 19th Street. Are there restrictions that that state that the food could only be vended on the sidewalk side? Is that included in the text? I just wonder on some of the restrictions, because you don't want them vending to the street side. I mean, they ought to be held to the same accountability as the ice cream trucks or something like that. Thank you.
Did y'all wish to comment?
I'm Maria Calvino, owner of Mamacitas, original Mamacitas, now it's Mamitas. And I've been down on Fremont Street for 21 years. And I will be representing the restaurants down Fremont East and the concerns that we have with these mobile vendors' trucks. The restaurant's owners have written to city concerning mobile food vendors. We were hoping that there would be some intervention from the city in this regard. Over the past few weeks, we have come to realize that things have gotten worse for us in this regard. A few weeks, we have come to realize that we have worse for us in regards to this, to allow food vendors in a spot for 4 hours as opposed to the previous 30-minute rule. The possibility of making this distance between a restaurant and the mobile vendor be 100 feet or 150 is nothing. It's very close to our restaurants. And it hurts us a lot because they come in and we have the special events. They come in, okay, on special events it's all right if they have their designated spots. But, you know, instead of leaving when the special events are over, they stay over and take our business because we're open until 3 o'clock in the morning. And we wait for the weekends to make our money because during the week is very slow. And weekends are where we make our money. Then all these vendors come in and take part of our revenue. And I don't think it's fair. And, you know, I've been there years and years, and I've gone through all this, you know, prostitution and the whole works. And now that they have beautified Fremont East, and we're happy, you know, because it turned out to be beautiful. And we're waiting for our business the revenue to come up. And with these vendors, they are hurting us. And we would like you to consider having like more than 150. It should be more. 150 is not enough. On other cities, it's 1,000. We have already looked at the internet.
Excuse me, ma'am.
And found that.
Sir, could you keep it under control there? I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
So we would like to please, if you consider this, to having it more than 150, and have a designated spot for them, and have them leave after the event. Have them leave, and let us do some revenue of our own. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would also like to speak.
You're going to need to turn your mic. You might just go over there, and if you'll state your name.
I would also like to speak. My name is Jacqueline Garcia. Hi. I've been working for Mamitas, my bosses, for over 3 years now, and I did witness a lot of the prostitution and the worst. Now, like she said, it is getting better. I'm not going to repeat what she just said. It does hurt us. It really does. And weekends are like our bread and butter. That includes me as a waitress. I'm a single mom. I pay child support, and that's really going to hurt me. I live off my tips. So if you guys can please consider this, it will totally help us. Just maybe, a little bit further and keep our jobs going. I do not want to turn to welfare, because if this happens, if this continues, you guys will put a lot of businesses out, and we got nowhere to turn but to the welfare system, and that's the last thing I want to go to. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir?
Good evening. My name is Doug Porter. I'm the owner of Curbside Cafe, which is a mobile food vendor. I live at 8236 Aqua Spray Avenue in Las Vegas, Nevada. I attended all the meetings that they had with the stakeholder meetings. I thought the planning staff did a great job of getting everybody's opinions and collecting, had a lot of discussions and everything. So I'm just here to support the initiative of what they're putting forward. I would also just like to say, having been a full-service restaurant operator and having owned a restaurant for over 10 years and been in the business for over 35 years, the thing that determines a person's desire to go out and eat is really the occasion in which they're going out to eat. That's usually, if you need something quick and in a hurry, you're going to go fast food. The food trucks actually bring people into areas. They actually attract people through events and through other people just coming and searching through social media. When you have a full-service restaurant, if you are going out to eat, typically you're going to make a decision before you actually leave the house and say, I'm going to go sit down and have something to eat at a restaurant. And you're not going to go to a particular area and say, well, since I'm here, I was going to this restaurant to sit down and eat, but now I've changed my mind, I'm going to go to a food truck. It's either one or the other. As far as it affecting other restaurants, I really don't see it. I've been in the business for a long time. I've had the food truck business for a couple of years now, and it's here to stay. It's going to grow. There's more trucks coming online all the time, so I think that there are going to need to be some rules and more clarification, and I think they did a good job. So I just wanted to voice my support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, guys. I have to say
Excuse,
something on that.
I think you've already spoke, unless you're going to translate.
No, I'm not.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good evening. My name is John Yaffe, 4600 Valley Drive. I'm the owner of Snow Ono Shave Ice. And first off, I'd like to apologize for my outburst. That comes about because I also have sat in for most of these meetings that we talk about, and people come up with arbitrary numbers, okay? 1,000 feet has no relevance. 1320 is a quarter mile, 5280 is a mile. If you're going to talk about feet, put it in some relevance. Funny enough that we got to start our business, me and my wife, because I'm an out-of-work construction guy, and we were living off of our unemployment and all of our life savings, and that went to paying all our bills, okay? And we waited around, and I'm a union guy. I got no call, so we went out and did our own thing. Every business is going to be met with a little bit of resistance from all sides. It doesn't matter what you do because, we're here to provide service, okay? First off, I don't even serve food. All we do is Hawaiian Shave Ice, okay? We play off a lot of these guys. I hear a lot of this stuff come up in the meetings about we're putting people out of business or we're taking revenue away from another business. You guys, I'm here to tell you that in my case, that's completely false, okay? We work on a synergy type thing, okay? I'll come to you. The difference between me and a brick and mortar is that we have a following of just about 2,000 to 3,000 people that will follow us on the internet, and they'll come to us. We go up to Italian food joints on the southwest side, Biagio's. We do stuff with him all the time. He would have me there 5 nights a week if he could. We do grand openings. NSPCA. I mean, we do a whole bunch of stuff for this community. I grew up here. I've been here 23 years, you know. This is my home. I love it here. Food trucks are a business like any other, you know, but we're growing at an exponential rate, you know what I mean? There's a lot of this going on, and again, I'm kind of with Doug. I'm just here to voice my support for the initiative, and I'm glad you guys are at least talking about it and noticing that there is an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else wish to comment on this?
Okay, guys, so now I'm translating because now he actually doesn't want me to say this. Right?
Ya, the problem is, bueno, inglés, español. The problem, I try in English. I try.
Dímelo
Okay.
a mí, yo se los digo a ellos.
Excuse me, we need his name and address for the record, please.
¿Nombre?
José Mil Calvino,
¿Y tu dirección?
Mamitas Retro, Mamacitas, Mamitas de Retro. Okay. We have already. Nosotros hicimos tres reuniones already. Tres reuniones.
He says we have already done 3 meetings
Yeah.
in the past.
In the second meeting, the mayor say about the truck, why not put one locator for the truck only, for not bother the restaurant in downtown Fremont. In downtown Fremont is 13 restaurant in 3 blocks. So how many? Como like 500 sitting. So have the truck say they have fast food. We have fast food. One burrito, $3.95 con cane soda free to go. And so 150 feet is nothing. Another state, I see in the computer, lot state 1,000, 1,500. Why put before the truck and construction? Construction now 150 feet, not so right. I think so, not so right. It's a special event. We happy with a special event the Saturday, second Saturday de Cortez, happy. For Friday, we happy. Pero the truck say have 9,000 seguidores in Facebook.
9,000 he meant to say 9,000 fans on Facebook. The truck is claiming that he's bringing 9,000 people because he's
Okay.
standing there.
Okay, 9,000 people. Why the truck not coming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? Oh no, coming Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We waiting. We don't have parking in downtown. No have parking in downtown. Problema with prostitution. Problema with this, with that. Ban, mucho ban. Pero thank you. The city made beautiful the street, but now everybody want to coming. Pero why not coming Monday? Coming with 9,000 people Monday, not Friday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the downtown is
already packed.
Muchos people, muchas personas, muchos clientes. Why? I think so. It's better, Alden or Carson, but no in friend. Sometimes I have a lot of violation. I have here a lot of pictures. I send to the city, to
Channel 13.
Minerva. I send a lot of pictures. Violation the 10 minutes, loading 10 minutes violation. Violation line red line violation. So one time I take one picture because the city say take one picture and come with this. Take one picture and take one hot dog in my window like this.
Okay, excuse me, sir.
So it's not so right. 150. I'm sorry. 150 not so right. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Green button.
It's already on.
Okay. Good evening, Chairperson, the Commission. My name is Norman Quadri, 8248 Paseo Vista Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89128. I'm representing Kebab Corner. I'm asking my fellow friend, the mobile truck vendor, I'm asking them that we have many vacant spot in downtown area and throughout the Vegas, if they can establish their business and take it to the store, just like we did. We make a commitment to the landlord. We signed 5-10-year leases, and we commit to our rent. If they can do the same thing, so the city will get more business, the stores will look packed, the city will look beautiful. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to make a comment? Seeing none, the public hearing on this matter is closed. I'll turn it over to the commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Commissioner Slotman.
The regulations for open-air food vending on private property states that you must get zoning and licensing to establish and designate open-air vending locations. The question would be, is this a one-time zoning approval, or is this an annual approval, or do you have to go down and get zoning and licensing every time you want to open?
Well, for a open-air vending site, it would be permanent as long as you stayed in business. You'd get one license. You'd come to the planning department and establish your location. But this is on-site itself. The mobile food vendors would be treated slightly different. They would have an annual license also, and their location, of course, is mobile, so they would move from spot to spot.
Mr. Chair, as far as the open-air food vending and the public right-of-way, so it states an encroachment permit issued by the Department of Public Works, and I suppose that would have to be approved by City Council. So does that mean that every time they pull out a hot dog stand, they're going to have to come get an encroachment permit?
Well, if they're in the public right-of-way, they would need an encroachment permit to encroach into the public right-of-way with that open-air vending unit.
Okay, and if they move 2 blocks down the street or 30 feet down the street, would that require a new encroachment permit?
It would.
Okay.
Once again, differentiating open-air vending versus a mobile vendor. The open-air vendors can move, but they are established. That's your hot dog cart, your taco trailer, are those type, versus the true mobile food vendor, which has wheels and it moves.
I also noticed, Mr. Chair, that it states that on private property that you can have a maximum of 2 mobile vendors on private property, maximum of 4 hours apiece, 2 mobile vendors every 24 hours. So that being the case, I'm now confusing myself. There's so much language in here, but I didn't see any language in here for the streets event on mobile food vendors and special use permits. Is that still going to be allowed on the plaza for the El Cortez?
It will be through a special event license. Those special event activities where they're establishing for a longer period of time would come through that process. And that portion of the regulation would be addressed through business licensing, which will be going to City Council. Our goal is to tie Title VI changes for mobile food vendors and transient sales and Title 19 changes, so they go to Council together. This commission reviews Title 19 amendments and not Title VI amendments. So our goal is to bring them together. Business licensing, which is part of planning, now was part of the meetings and the stakeholder group meetings that we had.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Trowbridge.
Thank you. I have some questions about this, about who's going to enforce these rules? Which department's going to be tasked with that?
There will be various departments enforcing various sections of the rules. And in regards to the public right-of-way in the downtown area, the new parking manager will be responsible for enforcing that section of it through parking enforcement. For right-of-way issues, Public Works will be enforcing that. They have a division for right-of-way to enforce right-of-way.
They work nights and weekends, of course?
They can, if needed.
Are they going to be there to enforce?
They've been there for the special events. Public Works is, recently the City of Las Vegas adopted new special event rules, and Public Works is the department for that, and their right-of-way section goes out and checks and makes sure that people aren't in the right-of-way.
As proposed, this would provide the opportunity to have these mobile vendors down there for more than just special events, wouldn't they?
Well, they can do that today, as a matter of fact.
Right, so they can be in there with a permanent at a site. How much are the fees associated? What's a license cost or a permit cost? And does that, where I'm going is, does that offset the cost of enforcements? Does the city at least break even with this proposal?
I don't have that information.
Do we have a map that shows the area that would be addressed with this and show where existing food service places are, brick and mortar, and indication of where these mobile places could be set up within 150 feet? So we know how many
We
of
did
these
do
we
a
could-
map that we shared with the stakeholders group for the downtown area, which did show where a mobile food vendor could go into the public right away, which would the available spaces. And we
And
did
there's
do
how,
that.
and there's about how many of those?
There are not very many, particularly on East Fremont.
Could we
where-
limit the number of permits that were issued to the number of available sites and designate where the person could set
As a
up?
matter of fact, that is part of the other part of this plan through an amendment to the Streets and Parking, Chapter 13. There will be a proposal to allow designated spots to be leased to the mobile food vendors, to allow them longer times in certain areas, and they will go through a lottery system in order to establish those parking spaces to be dedicated for mobile food
Where I'm
vendors.
going with this is that a lot of mobile vendors don't exactly have the best of reputations, not only with the health department, but also with the parking restrictions, permit restrictions, payment of appropriate sales tax revenue. It's just incredibly difficult to enforce it and to be fair. And I mean fair not only to the people that have invested money to establish a mobile unit, but also probably more importantly to be fair to those people that have invested their life savings in a brick and mortar facility and have signed long-term leases and have stuck with the downtown area to the point it is now, to where now there's light at the end of the tunnel. And I don't want that light to be mobile vendors. I would like to see successes. I, quite frankly, was in the restaurant business for a while, and extremely difficult business to be successful in. And if I would have someone show up on Saturdays and Friday nights and park in front of my restaurant and sell a competing type of food, I wouldn't appreciate it, and I do have to say that I am very confident to say it would hurt my bottom line. And I wonder if who we're trying to help. Is it the people that have worked with us in trying to keep the area successful, or are we really going to support the new people that are coming in to jump on an opportunity? So I'm a little on the skeptical side that this is going to cost the city taxpayers more money than it's going to generate. And I have a tough time. There are different products that are sold. The gentleman talks about selling shaved ice. That's an appropriate thing to sell at special events. No one is going to set up a business at a brick and mortar establishment and earn a living for very long selling shaved ice. But you can add it as a nice addition to a special event. And a special event should be exactly that. If we're having a St. Patrick's Day festival downtown and you want to sell green shaved ice, sounds good, bring in the mobile vehicle. But if I've got Mamacita's restaurant and someone wants to put a mobile facility across the street and undercut me by 25 cents and sell rolled tacos, I'm saying that's not fair. It's just not fair. I think that if you do have the provisions here, and I'd like to see how it works, that a brick and mortar facility that for those special events, if they want to set up tables or a mobile cart in front, where they would have first right at doing that. That sounds like if there's a special event going on and someone wants to set tables out front and maybe expand their seating area, have curb service, so to speak, that I can see it advertising and creating a more party-like atmosphere, a festival downtown. But just to say, hey, let's just let mobile food vendors come in and take advantage of a situation where there's potentially going to be the day of the week that this brick and mortar restaurant is going to make it into the black. They're going to be having their little Black Thursday, so to speak. That's the day they need to make money. And if that's the day a mobile vendor comes in and says, by the way, you're going to share that profit with me because I got my permit and I paid $9 for it. You know, they've got years invested in that business. And I'm just not accepting at face value that when I bring my mobile coach in, that makes everybody better off. I'm not buying that story. You know, I think it's simply you're coming in and you're taking away my good 1 day a week. I have a tough time with the whole concept, and I realize a lot of work has gone into it. I realize that you've had public meetings about it, but I don't see it benefiting the city as a whole, and I see it being detrimental to the improvements we've made on the Fremont Street East experience, and I'd like to see us making moves in the right direction. I think bringing in mobile food vendors of any sort for any duration has a great big question mark with it. End of speech.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've just got a couple comments myself on this. I'm not comfortable with the way the ordinance is written at this juncture. I agree with Commissioner Trowbridge. You've got folks who've bricks and mortars got a lot of investment into it, and I have to disagree with the gentleman, I think it was Mr. Porter, that was up here a little while ago, that you're not really taking away from their business. I think you're taking a lot of that opportunity, foot traffic type of business and setting it up. So I would like to see a greater distance from a brick and mortar than 150 feet, because 150 feet just doesn't cut it, I don't think. I really think it hurts a business for somebody just to pull up that is selling a competing food and just start off doing that. You're going to hurt that business. The second thing is I think the ordinance should have a carve-out in it. For example, the gentleman talked about having a shaved ice business, which could be complementary maybe to a restaurant. So maybe a carve-out to it if Mamacitas wants them to come over and set up the shaved ice outside, they can get written consent from Mamacitas to go inside whatever distance requirement we have. I would personally like to see 1,000 feet minimum, and to have a possible carve-out with with written permission from the vendor. The second thing I've got a concern is, do we have any restriction? I didn't see it on consecutive days. So, for example, you can get around having brick and mortars by setting up 4 hours a day every day during prime time. When I call prime time is those times that the folks are most likely to be out eating, you know, either dinner, lunch, or whatever is good for that area. So I'm going to probably, my recommendation, I'm not going to be able to support this the way it is tonight. And I think Commissioner Slotman wanted to say a couple things.
You know, I'm not sure what the correct distance separation should be. We would have to look into that a little further. However, I think currently it's 50 feet from a business, or there's zero.
Actually, currently there is no distance separation. The mobile food vendor can set right in front of the front door.
So if we sit on this for another 4 or 5, 6 months, it'll hurt their business more than helping their business. So whatever we do, I would just suggest that we look into it expeditiously and try coming up with some solution. I'm not sure if the distance separation is necessarily going to work due to the fact that there's ways to get around it. Private property, they could rent a spot right on the corner of Fremont and Las Vegas Boulevard, and they can get zoning and licensing for that. They could start renting from the El Cortez. They could rent from the property next door to Mamacitas. They could start renting from the parking lot right behind the 601 building. In the Arts District, they could rent from right across the street from the Bar and Bistro. So I don't know if this ordinance is really going to alleviate all the concerns. It looks like there's still plenty of ways to get around the ordinance if you look into it. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else have any comments?
I do. Excuse me, it's so brief. I just want to say what 4, 3, 2, 1, what 4 people can do by coming out here in telling us your story, because had we not heard from you, we would not have known. So congratulations, and I thank you for taking a stand.
Just one more thought, not to belabor the point, because I think we see where this is going. But didn't we just approve an area just north of the mob and law enforcement area where they've got an area for mobile food vendors?
It's the old transit center.
Yeah, we already have one of these going?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we did approve that on private property to allow mobile food vendors within that complex when they're operational. They have cited, I believe it's 4 to 6 spaces for that.
I think the need is probably addressed then.
Okay, I'd like hold on. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, just looking at this item, I hear resounding from the board that there seems to be a consensus to expand this 150 feet a little bit further out. I don't know if it's 1,000 feet, 1,320 would be the appropriate number. I'm going to offer up one for this text amendment to amend that particular provision out to about 1,320 feet. And that would be my amendment to that text amendment. And with that amendment, I'll make a motion for approval of item 42, TXT 44483. That's my motion.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And Mr. Vice Chair, might I just add, this goes forward to City Council in ordinance format. For those who participated in our stakeholder group meetings, what we will do is we will notify you that once the ordinance is prepared, it will be heard at first reading of City Council, and then at recommending committee is when you'll have the opportunity to give testimony again on the ordinance. So we will notify you of that date once we have that available. And again, thank you for your participation with us.
Excuse me, when was that date again for City Council?
It goes forward in ordinance format, so there is no date yet.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to call item number 43, TXT 44511, text amendment, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action to amend LVMC 19.06 related to residential districts, purpose and development and design standards, 19.08 related to commercial and industrial districts, purpose and development and design standards, 19.12 related permitted uses, and 19.18 related to definitions and measures by revising the zoning district applicability, titles, descriptions, definitions, standards, and requirements of various uses in an effort to consolidate categories and streamline standards and requirements. Staff recommends approval. Staff?
Vice Chair Flangus, this is a request to amend the UDC to add, clarify, and simplify development standards, permitted uses, use regulations, and definitions. Permitted uses were reevaluated for opportunities to consolidate redundant uses under broader categories. and for appropriateness within certain zoning districts to determine whether a special use permit was still warranted due to existing or perceived negative secondary impacts. Where the possibility of negative secondary impacts did exist, new development standards were designed to address the issues consistently for all uses rather than addressing them individually through conditions of approval. The goals of the proposed text amendment include the following. One, a reduction in the number of individual uses within Title 19. This will lead to greater clarity and more consistent application of the code. Two, a reduction in the number of uses that require approval of a special use permit. This will provide greater flexibility for applicants wishing to conduct business within the City of Las Vegas and will result in a more business-friendly environment to promote development within the city. And three, the addition of development standards to address common issues. This will allow for more comprehensive regulation of issues that are currently addressed through individual conditions of approval and will provide clear, consistent standards for residents, developers, and businesses to follow.
Thank you. I'd like to open this matter up for public comment. Seeing none, the public hearing in this matter is closed. Open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners. Could I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, move to approve item 43, TXT 44511.
Vote, please.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I had abstained, I meant yes. Withdraw vote, I'm withdrawing the vote. Sorry. There you go.
Gwen?
Motion carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, that ordinance, that text amendment will go forward to City Council in ordinance format.
I'd like to call item number 44, TXT 44522, text amendment, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action to amend LVMC Title 19 to revise the requirements for the taxicab limo yard use. Staff has no recommendation. Staff?
Chairman, Vice Chairman Flangus, I'll be abstaining on this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the commission,
I'm sorry, real quick. Madam Chair, if you can give a brief explanation as to why you're abstaining.
I'm abstaining because my husband did some consulting with Mr. Kern's client regarding the Ace Cab Company, I believe it was, and I just don't feel comfortable voting on it, but thank you.
Members of the commission, staff was directed to work on a text amendment looking at the parking requirements for taxi cab and limo yard companies. As you'll note from our staff report, we did research looking at other jurisdictions in terms of their requirements. In the City of Las Vegas, currently we require one space for each employee on the largest shift, plus one for each vehicle. What we're proposing before you this evening is to require one space for each employee on the largest shift and then reduce the number of vehicles in half, essentially. So 0.5 spaces for each taxi or limo when the facility is at maximum capacity. In looking at other ordinances, many of the other ordinances that we looked at have a parking requirement that is only based on the actual office of the taxi cab company itself. And so from other jurisdictions, their requirement is a little bit less than demanding than ours, you might say. So you have the proposed amendment before you. Again, this reduces the number of spaces required for the actual vehicles, does keep it for the employees on the largest shift, and we put that forward to you. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer those at this time.
Thank you. This matter is open for public comment.
Good evening. My name is Bill Curran. I'm with the Ballard Spar Firm. Our address is 100 North City Parkway. As indicated, I'm appearing tonight on behalf of my client, A-Cab Taxi, located over on Gregson, generally in the area of the state office building. A couple of years ago, my client moved in there. It was the Cremo Weber facility for probably 40 or 50 years prior to that. My client had been located in the county previously, but the county was in the process of condemning his property to make access or to increase access to the city center project, and my client had to find a new location that had appropriate zoning. And I can tell you there aren't very many locations with appropriate zoning for a taxi yard. This happened to be one of them. He moved his business to a property that was twice the size of what he had in the county. He operated without problem in the county previously and learned to his dismay later that the city's parking requirements placed a sort of an undue burden on his business. Looking at other jurisdictions, particularly at Clark County, the city's parking requirement was double what was required in Clark County. The way the ordinance is currently set up, it requires a parking space for every taxi in the fleet, plus a space for every employee. Obviously, the way a taxi cab business operates, particularly in Las Vegas, is you have your fleet out on the streets all the time. They're not parked in your lot. They are out driving around with drivers trying to make money. There is some marginal difference in the size of the fleet that is out at any given time. Some times a day it's slightly more than it is at other times. But in fact, there was never a problem at the old location. There's never been a problem at the current location. We talked to the councilman for the ward. He visited our property on a number of occasions. He and his staff, I know that he had city staffers, not just from planning, but from Public Works, and others have visited the site. He offered to sponsor a ordinance by way of a text amendment that would rectify the problem and bring the city's parking requirements more in line with, particularly with the counties, and as Mr. Fagg points out, having studied lots of other jurisdictions in the West, bring us more in line with those other jurisdictions. Now, one last thing, you may recall a couple of months ago, I was in seeking a reduction in the required parking. You granted that to my client. We greatly appreciated it. We are surviving currently without any problem, but the Taxi Cab Authority periodically does increase new medallions. When they do it, they increase a certain number per every company. And we can see the time coming again someday in the future as the economy improves and as the number of medallions are increased, where we'll be up against the limit again. And we think it's just a good idea to solve it while it's on everybody's mind, and everybody, I think, is supportive. So without belaboring this anymore, I know you heard me on this just a couple of months ago. I simply urge your support.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment?
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This will work as long as they don't have any bust-down cabs sitting around. But Bell Whittlesey over there, about half the fleet was out of service all the time, and if they're going to have 100 busted-down cabs, they're not going to have enough space. So they're going to have to address that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to comment? Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. To turn it over to commissioners for their comments.
If there's no comments, I'm willing to make a motion. In regards to item number 44, text amendment 44-522, make a recommendation for approval.
Please vote. The matter carries.
Mr. Vice Chair, this item will go forward to City Council in ordinance format.
Thank you. Item 45, TXT 44570, text amendment, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action to amend Section 4.B of the Town Center Development Standards to add wearing apparel to the items permitted for a secondhand dealer use. Staff recommends approval. Staff?
I need somebody to turn the mic off, please. Mr. Vice Chairman, currently the Town Center Development Standards only allows consignment sales and limited non-consignment sales of personal computers, laptop computers, and other similar computer devices in regards to secondhand dealers. This would expand to allow wearing apparel to be added as both a consignment and non-consignment basis as a secondhand dealer within the Town Center area.
Thank you. This matter is open for public comment. Seeing none, the public hearing on this matter is closed. Turned over to the commissioners for any comments or questions.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I might, because we did receive a letter from a neighborhood association relative to this item, I just wanted to clarify for the record that this proposed amendment only applies to the town center area, which is in the northwest portion of the city. It does not apply citywide.
Thank you. Anybody care to make a motion?
I'd like to just ask a question. You know, because the adding of secondhand wearing apparel for sale seems to totally change the character of the business. You know, what prompts this? Is there an outcry for secondhand wearing apparel out in the Northwest?
Commissioner Trowbridge, if I might go ahead and jump in
Please,
and address that. Yes, there actually is a desire to locate such businesses in the Northwest. There are a number of national chains. Buffalo Exchange is one of them. The one in question that is looking to locate in the Northwest is called Plato's Closet, which particularly specializes in secondhand clothing for teenagers. Typically, the more upscale variety is what they're looking to do. So this is, again, a request from a national chain. It's something that is becoming more commonplace and something that we may see more of in terms of development of retail stores similarly in the future.
Thank you. If there are no further questions in regards to item number 45, text amendment 44570, make a motion for approval.
Please vote. Motion carries.
And Mr. Vice Chair, that item will go forward to City Council in ordinance format.
For the final item of the night, item 46, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. And I want to tell you, I'm here tonight as a participant in the Citizens Academy of Planning. And Director Finn is honing my skills on bitching and moaning. That it's a 10 thing. And we used to have a whole bunch of people here, but they all left. And I'm here. David and I are the last. We're here till the last dog dies. Oh, we got another. We got three.
Yes. We actually have 3 students who are still here from our Citizens Academy of Planning. So
Two of them are former commissioners, and one of them is an honorary commissioner. So what do we got?
Madam Chairperson and members of the Commission, Councilor Scott, nice to see you. Members of staff, members of the Clerk's office, and the Director. Director, I want you to know that I'm here because I have to get credit for attending this particular class. I had another town hall up in Sun City tonight on the fire station up there, and it was very successful, but I told you I would get here for this. It's my pleasure to be here. I just want to tell you all that the Planning Academy I started doing this job that you have 8 years ago this month. It was. And I served with a few members up there. And I never got a class. And I've told the director that every member of Planning Commission who comes on the Planning Commission, and even some new ones, ought to go through this. I have learned so much in about 6 or 7 weeks that I brought it all together. And I will tell you this, if you have an opportunity to go to this academy in the future, especially if you're new, but I will tell you this, even people who have been around would benefit from it because it brings the whole picture together. So I'm here to recommend that you do that. I'm also here to see the new digs, and I'm very proud of all of you, especially Madam Chairperson, who I personally trained when she came on and taught her where Ward 6 was, okay? And she learned what goes on up there. Thank you all. Nice to see you again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Steinman.
And your attendance has been noted for the record, Mr. Steinman.
Does he get an A?
My buddy.
Steve Evans, 1705 Cochran Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I wanted to take this opportunity of the inaugural Planning Commission event to welcome you all to this outstanding chamber. But more importantly, I wanted to thank you all for your service. As most of you all know, I was here for 10 years. And in the 9 months that I've been gone, hardly a day goes by that people don't stop me or I'm reminded of the incredible service that you provide. And I don't think that you get the accolades and the recognition that you all deserve, both the planning staff as well as those of you who are the commissioners. Madam Chair and all of you commissioners, you really do deserve a round of applause from the whole community. And also, in the many years that I was here, I can't think of a staff that was more willing to assist in my role as a member here as well. So I'm delighted by this chamber, and I'm thinking about all the opportunities that present and remembering all the many people that I met in the great citizens of this community who I'm sure will use this room well. So my hat's off to all of you, and congratulations and welcome to your new home.
Thanks. Good seeing you again. Does anybody else wish to make a comment?
No.
Seeing none, this meeting is done.